Have you ever wished you could simply feel lighter? Not just physically rested, but mentally at peace. To fall asleep without the weight of regret, anxiety or frustration, and to wake up with a clear mind and a steady heart. Most people chase happiness during the day and miss it at night. They lie in bed, replaying mistakes, worrying about what's next, and questioning if they're living life the right way. They carry their struggles into sleep, and then wonder why each morning feels just as heavy as the last. But there's a better way. You see, happiness doesn't begin with a perfect life. It begins with a trained mind. And that's where Stoicism comes in, not as a set of cold rules, but as a guide to living lighter, thinking clearer, and letting go of what doesn't matter. For the next 4 hours, you'll be immersed in the teachings of the ancient Stoics, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, minds who understood that joy is not found in control, but in acceptance, not in comfort, but in courage, not in chasing more, but in needing less. As you sleep, your subconscious will begin to absorb these lessons, simple truths with powerful impact. They'll help you release guilt, loosen your grip on fear, and stop measuring your life against things you can't control. Because here's the truth most people miss. You don't need to change your entire life to feel better. You just need to change how you see it. And that starts with what you feed your mind, especially at night, when the noise fades and the real thoughts rise. This is when the mind is most open. This is when transformation begins. You're not just going to sleep. You're resetting your inner world. And when you wake up, you won't just feel rested. You'll feel ready to live lighter, love deeper, and walk through life a little freer than before. Let's begin. Silence is often misunderstood as a sign of weakness, but in reality, it is a powerful indicator of strength and control. You've probably heard the saying, "Actions speak louder than words." Silence is not for the weak. It is for the wise, for those who understand that true power lies not in noise, but in the ability to control it. In this video, I'm going to share 7 powerful benefits of silence that will change the way you think about it. By the end of this video, you'll understand how silence can become your key to building better relationships, improving your health, and living a fuller life. We will explore how silence can improve your observational skills, help you achieve emotional control, save your energy, enhance your decision-making, establish authority, prevent unnecessary conflicts, and earn you more respect. So, stay tuned, because this video may offer you a fresh perspective that could significantly transform your life for the better. But before we dive in, make sure to subscribe to our channel, give us a like, and share this wisdom with your friends, because wisdom is meant to be shared. Now, let's begin this journey together and explore the 7 powerful benefits of silence. Are you ready? Let's get started. The first benefit is that silence sharpens your ability to observe. Imagine how silence can turn you into an incredibly focused observer, helping you notice the small details that would otherwise slip by unnoticed. It's like having the keen eye of an eagle, able to pick up the tiniest nuances and the most important details in any situation. Silence is your secret weapon for honing your focus and sharpening your observation skills. Just as a magnifying glass brings small objects into clear view, silence brings the critical aspects of any situation into sharp focus. The ancient Stoic philosophers recognized the immense power of silence. They understood that wisdom flourishes in quiet contemplation. Seneca, one of the great Stoic thinkers, once said, silence is a fence around wisdom. He was emphasizing that silence nurtures and guards the wisdom that emerges through careful observation and understanding. In our daily lives, we often miss crucial details, whether it's in a meeting where we overlook vital information or during a conversation where we're not truly listening. These missed moments can lead to misunderstandings, mistakes, and lost opportunities. The solution? The power of silence. Embrace silence, and you will witness your observation skills and focus improve like never before. Think of silence as your personal magnifying glass, helping you intensify your ability to pay attention. This translates into becoming an exceptional observer, able to spot even the most subtle details and important information that others might overlook. By practicing silence, you can become a master of focus and observation, making the world around you clearer and more precise than you've ever experienced before. The second benefit is emotional control. Silence is the key to mastering your emotions and maintaining balance in your reactions. It's not just a magical tool, it's a powerful weapon that empowers you to stay calm and think before reacting. Imagine being in the middle of a heated discussion. Silence becomes your shield, giving you that crucial moment to pause and reflect before you respond. This pause allows you to regain control over your emotions and ensures that you respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. Silence acts as a mental pause button during a tense moment, but it goes much further than that. It gives you the time and space to reflect on your feelings. By taking that moment, you can understand why you're feeling a certain way and decide if those emotions are truly justified. This process of self-awareness is an essential step in emotional control. We've all heard the advice to count to 10 before reacting. Well, silence is like that mental countdown. It gives you the chance to regain your composure and make better decisions, avoiding the regret of something said in the heat of the moment. Silence becomes your safety net, helping you avoid unnecessary emotional outbursts and giving you the time to choose your words wisely. Think of silence as a filter that ensures only your best thoughts and words make it through. It's like the reins on a wild horse. Silence helps you steer your emotions in the right direction, acting as your emotional GPS. By embracing silence, you gain control of your emotions and become the captain of your emotional ship, sailing smoothly even in the stormiest of waters. The third benefit is energy conservation. Silence acts as a guardian of your energy, helping you preserve your vital life force and direct it towards what truly matters. In today's fast-paced world, we are constantly bombarded by distractions, conversations, social media, constant noise, and all of this drains our energy. Silence, however, provides a refuge, a way to conserve and protect your energy. When you embrace silence, you stop spreading yourself thin, allowing you to focus on what is most important and recharge your mental and physical resources. Instead of letting external noise deplete you, silence becomes a tool for maintaining your inner calm and energy. By practicing silence, you gain the ability to save your precious energy for what truly matters, leaving behind the distractions and noise that can overwhelm you. Silence acts as a protective shield, guarding your precious energy like a fortress that keeps out any unwanted invaders. Imagine your energy as a treasure chest, and every word or action you make is like a coin taken from that chest. When you don't embrace silence, it's as though you're giving away your riches carelessly without considering the consequences. Think of it this way. If you had a cell phone with a limited battery, You wouldn't waste it on things that aren't essential. Silence functions in a similar way, putting your life into an economy mode, ensuring that your energy is spent wisely and not squandered. The Stoics, ancient masters of wisdom, deeply understood the importance of conserving energy. They recognized that life is like an ever-flowing river, and energy, like water, needs to be carefully managed. Seneca, one of the most prominent Stoic philosophers, once said, "Life is long if you know how to use it." What he meant was that you must be mindful of how you use your time and energy, as both are finite resources. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in a flurry of activities, running from one thing to the next, trying to put out every fire you encounter. This constant activity often leads to exhaustion and burnout. But silence is your power-saving mode. Just as you would turn off the lights in a room when you leave to save electricity, silence helps you press the pause button and conserve your energy for what truly matters. Consider silence as your personal charging station. It's the place where you can recharge and prepare yourself for the challenges ahead. Silence ensures that you don't run on empty, helping you preserve your vitality and focus on the important battles life throws at you. When you embrace silence, you're practicing energy conservation, ensuring you have the strength to face the significant challenges that await you. This practice will keep you strong and ready for whatever life brings, giving you the endurance to withstand whatever comes your way. Now, let's explore how silence can enhance your decision-making. Picture your decisions as pieces of a complex puzzle, with each choice fitting into the larger picture of your life. Without silence, it's like trying to solve this puzzle with missing pieces, making it harder to navigate through life's challenges. It's as if you were trying to sail a ship through turbulent waters without a map. Likely, you'd end up lost or crashing into rocks. Silence is like having that map, guiding you with clarity through the complexities of life. The Stoics, wise beyond measure, were masters of decision-making. Epictetus, another influential Stoic philosopher, once said, "First, tell yourself what you want to be, and then do what needs to be done." This means that your decisions should align with the person you aim to become. In the chaotic world we live in, we often find ourselves in situations that demand immediate decisions. It's like being trapped in a maze with multiple paths, unsure of which one to take. When you make decisions hastily, without taking a moment to embrace silence, you risk choosing the wrong path, one that may lead you astray. Silence gives you the space to reflect and make deliberate, thoughtful decisions that are aligned with your long-term goals and values. Think of silence as your decision-making laboratory, where you can examine your options carefully and ensure they align with your desired outcomes. Embracing silence as a tool for decision-making allows you to take control of your life's direction, helping you make choices that bring you closer to the life you've envisioned. By valuing your decisions and not rushing through them, you safeguard your future and ensure that you are consistently moving toward your personal vision of success. Finally, silence plays a crucial role in establishing authority. When you maintain silence, it becomes a symbol of power, a scepter that represents your domain and influence. Just as a king's scepter signifies his reign, silence acts as your royal emblem, symbolizing your presence and command. Imagine yourself as a leader of a team. When you speak, people listen, not out of fear, but out of respect for your wisdom and authority. Silence gives you a real, undeniable presence that commands respect. It's not about dominating others through words or force, but about cultivating an aura of quiet strength that others naturally respect. Your silence becomes your most powerful tool for establishing authority in any situation, allowing you to lead with grace, wisdom, and unspoken influence. Silence is a powerful tool that can command attention and respect from those around you. Think of it as a sign of genuine authority. When you remain silent, your presence speaks volumes and demands the attention of others. This is not about overpowering people with words, but about commanding respect through your silence. It is akin to a king wielding a scepter, a symbol of their reign and authority. In the grand stage of life, silence serves as your emblem of leadership, representing your wisdom and strength. In everyday situations, such as meetings or family discussions, silence ensures that when you do speak, your words have weight. If you're constantly talking, your authority may be diluted. But silence amplifies your presence. It's like turning up the volume on a speaker, allowing your words to have more impact. A well-timed silence, followed by carefully considered speech, leaves a lasting impression. It ensures that when you do speak, people listen, not because they are afraid, but because they respect your wisdom. Silence, far from being a passive gesture, becomes a vital tool for establishing authority. It is not about saying nothing, but about being strategic with your words. It is the art of impactful communication, where you command respect not through volume, but through the thoughtful power of your presence. In this way, silence serves as a shield, protecting you from unnecessary conflict and promoting harmony. It helps you maintain peace and encourages understanding in your interactions. By embracing silence, you are cultivating an environment where peace prevails and meaningful dialogue can flourish. Silence also acts as a safeguard against unnecessary conflicts. Life can often feel like a battlefield, and conflicts are like hidden traps waiting to ensnare us. In moments of tension, silence acts as a shield, protecting you from falling into these traps. It offers a strategic pause, giving you the space to think before reacting, reducing the likelihood of unnecessary confrontation. The Stoics, wise philosophers of ancient times, understood the power of maintaining inner peace. They knew that conflicts often arise from our reactions rather than the events themselves. By choosing silence, you avoid stepping into arguments and instead approach situations with a clear mind, looking for resolution rather than escalation. Silence is not passive. It is your strategic tool for maintaining peace and avoiding conflicts. It allows you to listen, understand, and find common ground with others. It is a bridge between opposing sides, ensuring that conflicts are resolved through conversation rather than confrontation. By embracing silence, you can navigate life's challenges with greater calmness, preventing misunderstandings and promoting unity. This approach leads to more peaceful, constructive interactions and positions you as a diplomat of peace, someone who can foster understanding and harmony in even the most difficult situations. Silence is also crucial in earning respect. It is a means of showing who you are, rather than simply telling others. In the great theatre of life, silence serves as your performance, and it is this performance that earns you respect. The old adage, "Actions speak louder than words," holds true, and in this context, silence becomes your action. It is a clear signal that you are a person of substance, someone worth listening to. The Stoics believed that living virtuously and according to one's principles was the key to earning respect. In your daily interactions, respect is the currency that comes from acting consistently with your words. When you do not remain silent, your words can lose their impact, and your actions can become lost in the noise. Silence, however, serves to highlight your actions and words, allowing them to shine more brightly. By speaking less and saying more, you allow your words to captivate and command attention. Silence ensures that your speech does not overwhelm, but rather resonates with clarity and authority. It is your ticket to gaining respect, as it allows you to show, rather than simply tell, who you are and what you stand for. Through silence, you demonstrate that your trustworthiness and wisdom are not just words, but actions that demand respect. By choosing silence, you allow your trust, wisdom, and maturity to become apparent to those around you. In doing so, respect follows naturally. Silence is not about retreating into the background. Rather, it is about standing out in a way that commands the respect you truly deserve. When you embrace silence as a tool, you turn your actions into a powerful reflection of your character and principles. This is your path to becoming someone who garners admiration, not through loud declarations, but through a composed presence and the quiet strength that speaks volumes. As we explore these profound insights into wisdom, the time has come to take responsibility and put these principles into action. Take a moment to reflect on what you've learned and commit to applying it. Declare to yourself, "I am a warrior in my own life." This is not just a statement. It's a promise to yourself to live with purpose, embracing the power of silence and wisdom in your daily interactions. As we conclude this exploration of the 7 remarkable benefits of silence, I hope you found both inspiration and wisdom that you can apply in your own life. Always remember that silence is never a sign of weakness. It is, in fact, a demonstration of power and strength. Now that you understand these principles, it's time to put them into practice and experience their transformative effects. Have you ever felt manipulated, used, or completely drained of your emotional energy? Have you ever found yourself questioning your sanity, wondering how someone could treat you so poorly, yet make you feel as though you're the one at fault? If you've ever been in a relationship where someone constantly takes without giving, where their drama becomes your burden, or where every day feels like a battle, then this video is for you. It's time to break free from the cycle of emotional abuse and manipulation. In this video, I will share 13 insightful ways to deal with toxic people, drawing on the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, techniques that have withstood the test of thousands of years, but remain as relevant as ever in today's world. Let's dive deep into the heart of manipulation, control, and emotional warfare, and arm you with the tools you need to protect your peace and reclaim your life. Relationships today, whether romantic, familial, or even friendships, can be incredibly toxic. We live in a world where many individuals have been conditioned to manipulate others in order to get what they want. Toxic people will drain you completely, leaving you feeling exhausted, powerless, and questioning your self-worth. But here's the truth. They do not have control over you. You have the power to rise above their tactics and take charge of your emotional well-being. This is the core insight that the Stoics understood so well. Control what you can and let go of the rest. In this video, we will explore 13 powerful strategies based on Stoic philosophy that will help you handle toxic individuals like a warrior. This is not about passively accepting abuse. It's about taking bold, decisive action to protect yourself, reclaim your peace, and become emotionally bulletproof. Let's begin with something that might seem obvious, but is often overlooked. Identifying toxic behavior. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where no matter what you do, nothing is ever good enough? Whether it's a friend, partner, or family member, they criticize every little thing, constantly question your decisions, and somehow always position themselves as the victim. You end up apologizing even when you haven't done anything wrong. If this sounds familiar, you're experiencing manipulation at its core, which is classic toxic behavior. Toxic people behave like emotional parasites, draining you of your energy in ways so subtle that you often don't realize it until you're completely exhausted. They are experts at delivering small, seemingly harmless comments that undermine your confidence, making you question your worth. They might say things like, "I was just joking," or "Why are you so sensitive?" But don't be fooled. This is emotional manipulation at its finest. Toxic people love to play the victim, twisting every situation to make you feel guilty for simply standing up for yourself. How many times have you heard, "I can't believe you would do this to me," or "After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me"? These are manipulation tactics designed to make you doubt your instincts and lower your defenses. The first step in breaking free is recognizing these behaviors for what they truly are: emotional abuse. It's not just a bad day or a miscommunication. It's a deliberate attempt to control and manipulate you. Once you see through the mask they wear, you can start taking steps to protect yourself. Here's a golden rule to remember. If you constantly find yourself justifying someone's behavior to others or even to yourself, that's a huge red flag. Healthy relationships don't require you to explain away mistreatment. Toxic ones do. Now, let's address a powerful truth. It's not personal. Toxic people's behavior is never about you. It's always about them. While this might sound simple, think about how many times you've internalized their words, questioning whether you truly are the problem. They make you feel like everything is your fault, but the reality is, their behavior is a reflection of their own inner turmoil and insecurities. They can't take responsibility for their own actions, so they project their negativity onto you. Have you ever noticed how a toxic person will lash out at you when they're feeling insecure or stressed? Maybe they've had a bad day at work or are unhappy with their own life, but instead of dealing with their own issues, they take it out on you. Suddenly, you're the target, and they twist every situation to make it seem like you're the one causing the problems. But here's where Stoicism offers a powerful insight. We don't control what others do, only how we respond. Toxic people want you to react. They want to trigger your emotions because that's how they maintain control. Once you understand that their behavior has nothing to do with you, you can rise above it. You can let go of the guilt, the self-doubt, and the need to fix them. Because here's the truth, you can't fix them. You can only protect yourself. When they try to drag you into their emotional mess, remind yourself, it's not about me. You are not their therapist, their emotional punching bag, or their scapegoat. Their issues are their responsibility, not yours. Now that you've recognized toxic behavior and understood that it's not about you, it's time to set clear boundaries. And when I say boundaries, I don't mean vague, wishy-washy lines in the sand. I mean firm, non-negotiable rules that protect your peace and well-being. The thing is, toxic people hate boundaries because they limit their control over you. Let me let you in on a little secret. The reason toxic people push your limits is that they're testing you. They want to see how much they can get away with. It might start with small things, like constantly texting or calling you at all hours, interrupting your work, or demanding your attention when you need space. Then it escalates, and before you know it, you're sacrificing your time, your energy, and your mental health just to keep them happy. But here's the kicker. You don't owe anyone your energy. Your time and emotional well-being are precious, and you have every right to protect them. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's necessary. You have to be able to say no without guilt, without explanation, and without fear of retaliation. Here's a simple but powerful boundary. Stop explaining yourself. Toxic people love to drag you into endless explanations. Why don't you want to do this? How come you're acting this way? Don't you care about me? They'll use guilt, manipulation, and even anger to make you justify your decisions. But here's the thing. You don't need to justify your boundaries to anyone. Next time they try to cross a line, simply say, "This is what I need," or "I'm not available for that," and then end the conversation. The more you stand firm in your boundaries, the more they'll realize they can't manipulate you. Eventually, they'll either adjust their behavior or move on to someone else who will tolerate their nonsense. The next powerful strategy is mastering the art of non-reaction. Toxic people thrive on your reactions. They push your buttons to get a rise out of you, because let's face it, they live for the drama. Every time you react with anger, frustration, or even sadness, you're giving them exactly what they want: power over your emotions. But here's the truth. You have the power to stop them dead in their tracks. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control other people's actions, we can control how we respond. Imagine you're in the middle of an argument with a toxic person. They're throwing accusations, insults, and blame your way, hoping to provoke a reaction. What if, instead of engaging, you stayed completely calm? What if you simply didn't react at all? This might sound crazy, but I promise it's one of the most powerful moves you can make. When you stop reacting to their nonsense, you strip them of their power. They can't control you if you refuse to play their game. I know it's difficult, especially when they're pushing every button, but non-reaction is like building an emotional shield around yourself. The more you practice it, the less their words and actions will affect you. When someone tries to provoke you, pause, take a deep breath, and instead of reacting immediately, think to yourself, "I don't need to engage in this." Then say something neutral, like, "I hear what you're saying," or "I'll think about it," and walk away from the conversation. You don't owe them an emotional response, and you certainly don't owe them your peace of mind. Let's dive into one of the most effective techniques for dealing with toxic individuals who thrive on drama: the gray rock method. This strategy can truly change the game when you're dealing with someone who feeds on chaos and conflict. Toxic people crave your attention, your emotional energy, and most of all, your reactions. So, how do you deal with them? By becoming as boring and unremarkable as possible, like a grey rock. Picture this. Every time this person tries to stir up drama or provoke you, you respond with the most dull, neutral response imaginable. They're expecting you to react emotionally, whether it's by exploding, crying, or getting into a heated argument, but instead you stay calm, indifferent, and completely uninterested in the turmoil they're trying to create. By doing this, you deny them the emotional fuel they need to keep the drama going. Why does this work? Because toxic people feed off your emotional responses. When you react emotionally, you give them the energy they crave. But when you become a grey rock, emotionless, detached, and unaffected by their antics, they lose interest. They thrive on drama, and without it, they are left with nothing. Over time, they may adjust their behavior because they're not getting the reactions they expect, or they may simply move on to someone else who will feed their need for chaos. Keep in mind, This isn't about being passive or letting them walk all over you. It's about protecting your peace. By refusing to engage in their game, you take back control, refusing to give them access to your emotions. That's the ultimate form of control. Try this next time someone tries to drag you into their toxic drama, and you'll be amazed at how quickly the dynamic shifts when you remain unreactive. Another powerful technique for dealing with toxic people is the broken record technique. Toxic individuals can be relentless. They don't take no for an answer and will keep pushing until you eventually give in. Does this sound familiar? Perhaps it's a friend who always expects you to drop everything to help them, or a partner who keeps asking for something you've already refused. These people can be like bulldozers, relentlessly pushing you until you cave in. This is where the broken record technique comes into play, and trust me, it's one of the most powerful tools you can use in these situations. Here's how it works. Instead of getting sucked into an argument or justifying your stance, you simply repeat your position over and over again, like a broken record. Imagine this scenario. Someone asks you to do something unreasonable, and instead of explaining, justifying, or debating, you calmly say, "I'm not comfortable with that." They'll push back, but you remain firm, repeating, "I'm not comfortable with that." No emotion, no defensiveness, just calm, steady repetition. Eventually, they'll realize they can't break through your wall, and they will either give up or reveal their true colors. This technique works especially well in close relationships where toxic individuals feel entitled to your time, energy, or resources. The beauty of the broken record technique is that it doesn't escalate the situation, but it firmly reinforces your boundaries. Toxic people thrive on wearing you down, but when you stand your ground with unwavering consistency, they lose their grip. Remember, your boundaries are non-negotiable, and you don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting your peace. One of the hardest truths you may need to accept when dealing with toxic people is that sometimes the best way to protect yourself is to limit your exposure to them. Some people are just bad for you, no matter how much you love them or how long you've known them. They bring nothing but negativity into your life, and the more time you spend with them, the more drained and unhappy you become. Toxic people can be emotional parasites. They feed off your energy, your kindness, and your attention. But here's an important truth to remember. You don't owe them anything, not your time, not your emotional energy, and definitely not your mental health. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is put some distance between you and them. I understand that cutting ties or distancing yourself can be tough, especially when the person is a family member, a longtime friend, or someone you deeply care about. But here's the uncomfortable reality. Your well-being must come first. If someone constantly makes you feel small, stressed, or emotionally exhausted, it's time to consider limiting your exposure to them. This doesn't mean you don't care about them. It simply means you care enough about yourself to protect your peace. Limiting exposure can take many forms. It might involve seeing them less often, keeping conversations brief, or steering clear of sensitive topics that trigger toxic behavior. If it's a coworker, it could mean limiting interactions to strictly professional matters. If it's a family member, it might mean setting firm boundaries around when and how you engage with them. You can still be polite and respectful while guarding your energy. Your mental health is priceless, and toxic people do not have the right to take that from you. Building a strong support system is another powerful way to deal with toxic people. One of the most insidious tactics toxic individuals use is isolation. They'll undermine your other relationships, either subtly or not so subtly, making you feel as if they're the only ones you can rely on. Over time, they chip away at your confidence, making you doubt your judgment and distancing you from the people who genuinely care about you. This is how they maintain control, by feeding off your dependency and keeping you trapped in their toxic web. But here's a powerful truth. You don't have to go through this alone. Building a solid support system is one of the most effective ways to combat the influence of toxic people. Surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your well-being, who support your growth, and who respect your boundaries. Whether they're family, friends, or a community of like-minded individuals, having a network of people who support you will make a huge difference in how you handle toxic relationships. When you have people in your corner who uplift you, it becomes much harder for toxic individuals to tear you down. Your support system should consist of people who encourage you to be the best version of yourself, those who challenge you to grow in ways that feel empowering, not draining. These are the friends who call you out when you're slipping, but they do so with kindness, not judgment. They're the ones who respect your boundaries, support your decisions, and never make you feel guilty for choosing what's best for you. When you have a tribe of people who love and respect you, toxic people lose their power because they can no longer isolate you. Remember, the stronger your support system, the weaker the toxic person's grip on your life. Find your people, lean on them, and let their positivity reinforce your own strength. Self-care is a necessity when dealing with toxic people. Toxic individuals can be exhausting, whether through emotional manipulation, constant criticism, or relentless negativity. They have a way of draining you. That's why self-care isn't just a luxury, it's a vital tool for protecting yourself. Think of self-care as your emotional armor, shielding you from the corrosive effects of toxic relationships. Without it, you're vulnerable to burnout, resentment, and emotional exhaustion. So what does self-care look like when you're dealing with toxic people? It's more than just bubble baths and spa days, though those can certainly help. True self-care involves making decisions that protect your emotional, mental, and physical well-being. It's about knowing when to say no without feeling guilty and creating space for yourself to recharge, reflect, and recalibrate. Most importantly, it's about recognizing that your needs are just as important, if not more important, than anyone else's. Toxic people will never prioritize your needs. They'll expect you to put them first, to sacrifice your time, energy, and well-being for their benefit. But here's the key: you don't have to do that. You have the right to put yourself first, to take care of your mental health, and to refuse to let their negativity drain you. Self-care might involve taking breaks from social interactions, practicing mindfulness or meditation, or engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. Self-care also means recognizing when you've reached your limit. If a toxic person is pushing you too far, it's okay to take a step back, create space, and focus on your healing. Stoicism teaches us the importance of maintaining inner peace, and self-care is the foundation of that peace. When you prioritize your well-being, toxic people lose their power over you because you no longer depend on their approval or validation. Dealing with toxic individuals can feel overwhelming, but one of the most crucial realizations you need to have is this: you cannot fix them. No matter how deeply you love them, how much effort you put into understanding their behavior, or how many sleepless nights you spend trying to help them, you are not responsible for their healing. Toxic people often remain trapped in cycles of manipulation, blame-shifting, and control because these patterns serve their own needs, whether it's emotional validation, power, or simply the ability to control others. The more you attempt to fix them, the more you become ensnared in their web. Think about times when you've tried helping someone, only to find that your efforts go unnoticed or unappreciated. Perhaps you've been in a relationship where no matter how much you gave, your partner constantly made you feel like it was never enough. This is how toxic people draw you into a cycle of guilt and obligation. You become fixated on trying to fix them, but they remain unchanged because deep down, they don't want to change. Here's the harsh truth. You are not their savior. You cannot save someone who does not want to be saved. Stoicism teaches us an important lesson. We can only control ourselves, not others. When you stop trying to fix someone else and focus on improving your own boundaries and reactions, you unlock true freedom. You begin to reclaim the energy you've been wasting on someone who never appreciated it in the first place. The moment you realize that fixing toxic people is not your responsibility is the moment you break free from their manipulation. It's not your job to repair someone who refuses to heal, and you deserve relationships where your love and effort are valued and respected, not ones where your emotional labor goes unrecognized and unrewarded. The next mental shift comes with the concept of cognitive reframing. Toxic people have a remarkable ability to make you feel like the villain in their story. They twist facts, manipulate situations, and somehow make everything your fault. But here's the truth. It's not about you, it's about them. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control what others do, we can control how we perceive the world. This is where cognitive reframing becomes a powerful tool. For example, if you find yourself in an argument with someone who constantly criticizes you, instead of internalizing their words and allowing them to affect your self-worth, try reframing the situation. Their criticism is not a reflection of who you are, but of their own insecurities. By shifting your perspective, you disarm their ability to hurt you emotionally. You start to see their toxic behavior for what it truly is, a projection of their own fears and inadequacies. Think about how often toxic individuals gaslight you, making you question your own reality or sanity. Cognitive reframing gives you the power to step back and remind yourself that this isn't about you. It's their issue, not yours. By mentally reframing their actions as a reflection of their struggles, you begin to protect your emotional strength and detach from their toxicity. The next strategy is one that may sound counterintuitive at first. Practice forgiveness, but not for their sake. Do it for your own peace. Forgiveness isn't about excusing their behavior or pretending nothing happened. It's about freeing yourself from the emotional weight that comes with holding on to anger, resentment, and hatred. The hard truth is that when you hold on to these negative emotions, you're only hurting yourself. Think about it. While you're still stewing over how someone wronged you, they've likely moved on with their life, while you remain stuck, replaying painful memories over and over again. That anger you hold on to? It's not punishing them, it's only punishing you. This is where Stoicism offers a powerful perspective. Marcus Aurelius taught us that we should forgive not for the sake of others, but for our own peace of mind. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting or excusing. It means releasing the emotional grip they have on you. When you forgive, you stop letting their actions define your mood, happiness, or life. Forgiveness becomes a way to reclaim your power. Start small in your journey toward forgiveness. Instead of immediately trying to forgive someone for a major betrayal, begin by letting go of smaller grievances, the rude comments, the dismissive attitude. You'll be surprised at how much lighter you feel as you practice this. Over time, This will build your emotional resilience and prepare you for bigger challenges. And remember, this is about you, not them. Forgiveness is a powerful act of self-care. By letting go of resentment, you make space for peace, growth, and joy. You evict toxic people from your mental space and free yourself from their influence. Finally, there comes a time when you must walk away. It doesn't matter how long you've known someone or how much history you share with them. When someone consistently disrespects your boundaries, manipulates your emotions, or drains your energy, you need to walk away. Walking away isn't a sign of weakness. It's the ultimate display of self-respect and strength. Toxic people will try to convince you that you're the problem. They'll make you feel guilty for leaving or claim that you didn't fight hard enough to save the relationship. But don't fall for their manipulation. The truth is that you've already given enough of yourself. You've invested enough energy trying to save a relationship that continues to drain you. Now, it's time to prioritize yourself. Imagine being in a toxic romantic relationship where your partner constantly undermines you, insults you, or makes you feel like you're walking on eggshells. No matter how much you love them or how hard you try, nothing will change. The healthiest choice is to walk away. It's not easy. There will be guilt, sadness, and fear of the unknown, but your mental and emotional health are far too important to sacrifice. Walking away is about reclaiming your life. It's about refusing to let toxic people continue to hold power over you. It's a bold declaration that you value yourself enough to choose peace, happiness, and fulfillment. This is your life, and you deserve better than to stay tethered to someone who constantly drags you down. Here's the bottom line. You cannot heal in an environment that makes you sick. If a relationship, whether it's with a partner, friend, or family member, is toxic, it's time to walk away. Not every relationship can be salvaged, and that's okay. Walking away is not giving up. It's choosing to live on your own terms. It's about creating space for healthier, more loving relationships to enter your life. You are not obligated to tolerate toxicity, no matter where it comes from. Walking away is not just an act of self-preservation, it's an act of courage. You're choosing to put your well-being ahead of someone else's dysfunction. This is the greatest gift you can give yourself. In conclusion, dealing with toxic people is undoubtedly one of the most challenging experiences, but it can also be one of the most empowering. By applying these Stoic-inspired strategies, identifying toxic behavior, setting boundaries, mastering non-reaction, practicing forgiveness, and ultimately walking away, you can regain control of your emotional and mental health. Remember, you are not responsible for fixing toxic people, and you don't owe them your peace or your energy. You are responsible for yourself, and that is your greatest power. These principles will not only protect you from toxic people, but also help you grow into the best, strongest version of yourself. You deserve relationships that nurture you, not ones that drain you. With these strategies, peace is something you can achieve, no matter how toxic the people around you may be. If this video resonated with you and you found these insights valuable, I encourage you to subscribe to the channel for more content like this. I am dedicated to helping people break free from toxic relationships and live healthier, happier lives. Did you know that time has a wicked sense of humor? It's true, because while you're busy living your life, it's secretly setting up little traps. One morning, you wake up and realize your body isn't cooperating like it used to. Naps have gone from luxury to necessity, and your knees creak louder than an old wooden staircase. But don't worry, this isn't the end. In fact, it's just the beginning. In today's video, I'm going to share with you 12 of the most uncomfortable, annoying, and downright baffling things that happen as you age. Things no one ever warned you about. And as a bonus, we'll explore how Stoic philosophy can guide you to meet these changes with grace and even a little humor. So, if you're ready to laugh at the messiness of aging, because let's face it, crying won't fix those wrinkles, stick around. I promise you'll never look at getting older the same way again, and trust me, the last one will leave you speechless. But before we dive in, let me tell you a story that captures the heart of this lesson. Once upon a time, there was a woman named Maria, who lived in a peaceful neighborhood filled with blooming gardens and kind neighbors. Maria was known far and wide for her contagious laughter and boundless energy. But as the years went by, small changes began to creep in, little signs no one ever mentioned. One sunny afternoon, while tending to her plants, she heard an unsettling crunch from her knee as she bent down. She brushed it off, thinking it was just a fleeting thing. But the next day, she tried slipping into her favorite shoes and found that her feet had mysteriously widened. Those once beloved shoes now felt like medieval torture devices. Determined not to let it get her down, Maria headed to the shoe store to find something more comfortable. But as she walked in, a sudden wave of heat surged from her neck to her ears. "Is the heat on in here?" she asked, wiping her brow. The clerk, completely unbothered, said, "No, ma'am, must be something else." And just like that, Maria began to suspect that something else was the infamous hot flashes she'd heard about, but never really understood. But it didn't stop there. One morning, as she looked in the mirror, she noticed her once shiny hair had lost its luster, like it had survived a sandstorm. And don't even get her started on the silver threads now boldly sprouting from her eyebrows, from every possible direction. Still, Maria didn't let these changes defeat her. She began spending more time with her friends, all of whom were facing their own age-related curveballs. Together, they laughed about their aches and pains, the mystery spots appearing on their skin, and the strange habit of walking into a room only to forget why they were there in the first place. In the end, Maria came to a powerful realization. Growing older comes with plenty of surprises, most of them unpleasant, but it also gives you stories worth sharing and reasons to laugh at yourself. So, the next time your joints crack like broken twigs or your body acts like it's on a mission of its own, remember you're not alone. This weird, wild adventure called aging is something we're all navigating together. And the real secret? Embrace every little breakdown with a sense of humor and surround yourself with those who understand your journey. Because in the end, it's not about the aches. It's about how you respond to them. Now, before we dive into the first lesson, if you find value in this content, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications. That way, you'll stay updated with more real, raw, and helpful insights like this. Now, let's begin with one of aging's most curious new traditions, the nap. Remember when you were younger, bursting with energy, running from one activity to the next without even thinking about rest? Those were the days. Now, you wake up and, not long after eating, your body flips into airplane mode. It's like lunchtime has become a trigger for an automatic shutdown sequence. Don't worry, you're not broken. You're just getting older. And this is how it goes. Without any warning, your body starts insisting on breaks, especially after meals. That glorious nap you once resisted as a teenager now becomes a biological demand. Digestion, which used to happen without you even noticing, now claims all your energy like a power-hungry app draining your phone battery. The very same body that used to push you to stay active now begs for rest, whether you like it or not. And the wildest part is, it's automatic. You don't even get a say. If we look at it through the lens of Stoic philosophy, which values discipline and self-awareness, you might say your body is finally enforcing its own boundaries. No matter your willpower, post-lunch fatigue hits like a wave. Your eyes get heavy, your focus fades, and all you want is a pillow and a quiet place. And while that may sound frustrating, it actually makes a lot of sense. As we age, our bodies go through various physiological changes. Our metabolism slows, and digestion requires more energy, leaving us with less fuel for everything else. Think of it like trying to charge your phone while running too many apps at once. Something's going to lag. So, what can you do? Just surrender and nap like it's your job? Well, partially, but you can also work with your body instead of against it. Try lightening your meals. Swap heavy lunches for lighter fare like fruits, vegetables, and lean proteins. These choices can keep you energized rather than draining you. A gentle walk after eating can also help you digest without slipping into a coma on the couch. And don't underestimate the power of hydration. Sometimes that exhaustion is just dehydration in disguise. Ultimately, aging doesn't mean defeat. It means transformation. And while naps may feel like a nuisance, they're actually a sign your body is prioritizing its health. So instead of resisting, lean into it. Make your airplane mode as comfy as possible. As the Stoic Epictetus once said, rest is not idleness, it's preparation. Your body is getting ready for what's next. Now, let's talk about the next unavoidable surprise, the silent rebellion of your knees. No one told you this would happen, right? They made aging sound like some distant drama you'd watch from afar, something that happened to other people. Maybe they said that getting older meant becoming wise, offering sage advice and sipping tea. They left out the part where you'd spend half your day hunting for a wrinkle cream that actually works. And now, here you are. Not quite as young, not quite as limber, and suddenly aware that your knees have declared war. At some point, without warning, those trusty joints started making odd noises, creaks, cracks, little groans that sound like you're bending an ancient wooden beam. These knees, once your loyal sidekicks for jumping, running and dancing, now complain with every step. One day you crouch to pick something up, and your legs sound like they've been rusting in a shed. Sitting for a while, good luck standing up again without wincing. It's like your body needs its own soundtrack to get moving. The stiffness, the discomfort. These are the body's not-so-subtle reminders that time is marching forward. And while you might have thought these symptoms were temporary, they're actually here to stay. The truth is, you're in a constant skirmish with your own knees. So what can you do when even walking becomes a cautious negotiation? That's where Stoic wisdom comes in. It teaches us to accept what we cannot change and focus instead on what we can control. Rather than curse your creaky joints, shift your mindset. You're not the same person you once were, and that's okay. It doesn't mean you've lost. It just means it's time to adapt. Stop measuring yourself by who you used to be and start embracing who you can become now. If your knees can't handle high-impact exercise, that's not a failure. It's an invitation to discover new forms of movement. Go for a walk, take up swimming, try yoga, adjust, adapt. Listen to your body and move accordingly. The key is to keep your body in motion, not to cling to the belief that everything must be exactly as it once was. Yes, it's likely your knees will never be what they were. Time is relentless. You already know that. But if you stop interpreting this as some kind of personal failure and instead embrace the transition, you can move forward with grace. The creaking of your joints isn't the finale, it's simply the prologue to a new phase of your life. Your body is evolving, but that doesn't mean you have to bury the past or surrender to it. You still have the power to decide how to move into the future with deeper wisdom and fewer unrealistic expectations. So the next time you hear a crack or feel that odd twinge when you stand up, don't spiral into drama. It's not a catastrophe. It's a quiet reminder that even though the body grows older, your response is still fully yours to command. The Stoics taught us to zero in on what lies within our control, and one of those things is our outlook on the inevitable changes life brings. The battle with your knees might seem like a losing one, but your attitude, that's what defines how the rest of the journey unfolds. As Seneca so wisely put it, the real defeat doesn't lie in a body that ages, but in a mind that refuses to embrace the passage of time. Your memory too starts playing tricks on you. Has it ever happened that you walk into the kitchen, open the fridge, and stare blankly, having completely forgotten why you came? It's like there's someone inside your brain who suddenly decides to flip the switch and leave you groping in the dark. But take heart, you're not the only one. Memory begins pulling these stunts on all of us, especially as the years start stacking up and age begins to make itself known. No one tells you this openly. There's no grand announcement that your mind may start misfiring. It's as if the handbook for aging without losing your mind was passed around with missing pages. As we progress through life, memory changes, quietly, persistently. You start noticing that recalling things isn't as effortless as before. Remember when you could memorize long to-do lists with ease? Now, you wake up at 3 a.m. wondering if you left the car key in the ignition or forgot to switch off the bathroom light. Of course, no one warned you about this. It sneaks up like a magician's last trick, catching you off guard, leaving you stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But aging isn't only about memory loss. It comes with other subtle shifts, mysterious aches, wrinkles appearing in places you hadn't noticed before, the growing sense that your energy slips away like sand through your fingers. Still, nobody tells you that these discomforts don't spell doom. They're opportunities. Opportunities to adjust your perspective, to live differently, not desperately searching for some elixir of youth, but learning to accept life as it is, not as it once was. It's not a complex equation. The first step is acceptance. Accepting that your body and your memory aren't what they once were. But there is something far more enduring than physical youth: your mindset. The Stoics, our philosophical allies, taught a crucial lesson. We don't control everything that happens to us, but we do control how we respond to it. So, instead of throwing a tantrum every time you forget why you walked into a room or groan at the sound of your joints, you get to choose a different reaction. Maybe the answer doesn't lie in avoiding these changes, but in finding calm within them. One simple practice the Stoics recommended for gaining mastery over our minds is daily reflection. No need for odd postures or mystical silence, just a few quiet minutes each day to reflect on what truly matters and how you can respond better to what you cannot change. If you adopt this, then the next time you wander into the kitchen and forget why, you won't get angry. You'll simply take a breath, chuckle at the absurdity of it all, and move on. Yes, aging is uncomfortable, and no, it's not as pretty as the movies make it out to be. But that doesn't mean it's not worth enjoying. What you still have, the one thing that hasn't abandoned you, is your ability to see clearly, to embrace what remains. Sure, some parts of you may feel heavier now, your memory might slip, but your attitude in those moments, that can be your superpower. Like a Stoic proverb says, time can reshape the body, but it can never steal our capacity to view life with perspective. Then there's the mysterious case of the rebellious hare. There's something odd about how the body behaves as time passes. You don't quite know when it begins, but suddenly your body turns into an experimental canvas for nature's unpredictable humor. One morning, you catch your reflection and boom, there's a stray hair on your ear, or worse, your nose. And you're left wondering, how did this even happen? It's nature's strange plan for aging. Nobody sends you a memo, and it's definitely not in the aging handbook. It's as though life itself is in on a cosmic joke, and you're the punchline. Welcome to the secret society of hairs appearing in all the wrong places. As if that wasn't enough, the hairs you used to care about, the ones on your head, begin their quiet exodus, disappearing like guests who left the party early. You find yourself asking, what is going on here? It's as if nature is telling you, I'm taking this from here, but hey, here's a little something over there. Surprise! But again, Stoic philosophy steps in to offer clarity. The Stoics knew well, some things in life just don't make sense. Why do you suddenly get back hair when you can still remember proudly wearing sleeveless shirts without a care? Who knows? The whims of nature aren't yours to control. What is yours is how you handle them. That hair in your ear, it's not just an annoyance, it's a tiny reminder. Life is absurd sometimes, and the best way to face absurdity is with a grin. Focus on what really matters, those fleeting moments of serenity, that quiet cup of tea, that deep conversation. As for those rogue hairs, if they bother you too much, sure, use a little wax. But if you can laugh, even better. Remember, these hairs aren't trying to mock you, they're just doing their job. So next time you find a strand growing where it shouldn't, remember, this is just another sign that life's rules aren't always neat and logical. You don't have to understand everything. You just have to learn to accept what you can't control. And if you struggle to do that, at least do it with a smirk. Let me make something very clear, my friend. Aging isn't your enemy. It's simply a reminder that everything in life, even unwanted hair growth, is relative. Then we get to one of the most humbling shifts of all, those sounds you make when rising from the couch. Ah, the golden days when you'd leap up like a gymnast, muscles and joints cooperating without protest. But oh, how time changes the game. Now you rise and suddenly your body begins making a series of unexpected noises. Ugh. Oh. As if you've adopted a whole new language, one spoken in groans and sighs. Welcome to the fine art of creaking when getting up. No one gave you a heads up on this, did they? Nobody warned you that the simple act of standing could become a symphony of resistance from your body. The simple act of shifting your position now feels like a full-blown rebellion declared by your bones and muscles. Welcome to the undeniable truth. Aging has caught up with you, and you're aware of it. Those moments when you're enjoying a movie or lost in the pages of a book, and you decide to get up. That leg you had comfortably stretched out suddenly resists with a stiff protest. Your neck no longer turns as smoothly, and your back? That back cracks with a sound so sharp you're left wondering if you should be calling a doctor or accepting that you've officially joined the ranks of creaky, rusting machines disguised as people. And as you glance around, hoping no one else heard that odd but unmistakable pop, You realize this is your new normal. There's no fighting it. This becomes your quiet mantra. Anyone claiming that aging is a beautiful journey has likely never tried getting up after a weekend binge-watching session, or worse, after spending an entire day sprawled across the couch. The Stoics believe that what truly defines us is not the adversity itself, but how we respond to it. Well, let's be honest. Those sounds you make when standing up, they're simply your body's dramatic interpretation of aging's unavoidable challenges, and if you grumble or groan in the process, maybe you're more stoic than you thought. The trick is acceptance. Each pop, crack, and twinge is proof that your body still belongs to you, even if it's not quite the spry partner it once was. The key is not to panic. It's all perfectly normal, albeit mildly irritating. The goal is to find balance, to keep moving while adjusting expectations. And if you find yourself lounging on the couch with a groan loud enough to echo through the entire building, the wisest thing to do is to take a breath, calm yourself, and move deliberately. Each sound is simply a message from your body, a reminder that it's still operating, just on different terms. Even the act of standing becomes an opportunity for self-awareness, not a desperate effort to move silently. Like any reliable machine, your body needs routine maintenance. Before launching into the daily battle of rising from the couch, give yourself a few moments. Stretch. Wake up those muscles that have been on standby for hours. Stretching doesn't just reduce those odd noises. It signals that you still care about this vessel you live in. Think of your body like an old car. Maybe it's not flashy anymore, but with some care and a little love, it still runs. And it's yours. Ultimately, you have to come to terms with the inevitable. Aging isn't the enemy. It's proof you've survived. The real tragedy would be never aging at all. So even when your joints sound like an old screen door in the wind, remember that every creak is a badge of honor, evidence that you're still getting up and still moving forward. Those sounds? They're not a sign of defeat. They're the music of a life lived. Don't let the aging process or its minor discomforts steal your joy. As the Stoics would say, these small troubles are simply part of nature's design. The real question is, how will you face them? So next time you rise and let out a theatrical groan, remember, it's not a weakness, it's a declaration. You're still here, you're alive. And that, dear friend, is more than enough. As Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, true strength is not found in the condition of the body, but in the way you respond to its limitations. If you were once the type who viewed your closet as a personal fashion runway, brace yourself for one of life's biggest surprises. The seductive outfits of yesteryear have now been quietly swapped for something far more practical: comfort. What once felt like a rebellious stand against oversized sweatshirts and elastic waist pants has morphed into a quiet revolution. Welcome to the era of stretch. Without realizing it, your stretchy pants have become cherished allies. Don't panic. This doesn't mean you've waved the white flag on youth. It's simply the beginning of a transformation, like caterpillars becoming butterflies. Only this version comes with less sparkle and a lot more give. Think back to the days when your wardrobe was packed with clothes that felt like medieval torture devices. Pants so tight they threatened your circulation. T-shirts so fitted they might as well have been vacuum sealed to your body. Sound familiar? That, dear Stoic in the making, was just the beginning of a long, slow evolution. In youth, we viewed fashion as a battlefield, proof that we could endure the suffering of discomfort, for the sake of style. But over time, style yields to sensibility. That once bold fashion statement becomes a quiet survival tactic. It's no longer about looking fabulous. It's about breathing, moving, living. The stretchy pants you once swore off are now treasured for their silent support, for the way they let you move without protest. The perfect fit becomes an illusion, a ghost from a past life where everything clung just right. Now, a solid pair of leggings or yoga pants isn't a backup plan. It's a strategy for daily survival. Let's be honest. The pain inflicted by skinny jeans is no longer worth it. The shift didn't happen overnight. It crept in quietly, like a lesson in Stoic acceptance, a string of small realizations that comfort matters more than appearances. Comfort grows within you slowly, like a plant taking root. It starts as a small thought and blossoms with time and changing needs. The person who once sacrificed ease for image now views life differently. Without the need to conform to painful norms, you begin to understand true freedom. And this transformation is inevitable. Life pushes you toward it, and no matter how hard you resist, learning to adapt becomes the most stoic decision you can make. The ancient philosophers preached that acceptance is the path to inner peace. In this case, embracing elastic waistbands might be your first step. It's more than fashion, it's maturity. Your wardrobe isn't just about what you wear, it's a reflection of how you accept each new chapter. Sexy may be subjective, but comfort, that's universal. And when you stop chasing unattainable beauty standards, you discover something far richer: peace with yourself. So go ahead, celebrate your stretchy pants. Embrace the transformation of your closet. Because the real goal isn't to impress others, it's to feel good in your own skin. Etch this truth into your soul. Choosing comfort isn't giving up. It's wisdom. Real freedom lies in discovering what makes you feel genuinely good and holding on to it. Sleep, once a casual part of your daily routine, becomes a full-blown odyssey as you transition from the invincible nights of youth to the surrender of adult realities. There comes a time when you must admit that uninterrupted 8-hour stretches of rest have become mythical. And this realization leads to another. Life is basically a long chain of uncomfortable compromises. But no one ever tells you that sleep would become such a challenge. When you're young, sleep is effortless. It just happens. But aging transforms it into a nightly expedition filled with rituals and reinforcements, special pillows, high-tech mattresses that cost as much as a small vehicle, and the newfound need to adjust your posture every 20 minutes. Let's start with the mattress. Suddenly, the once comfortable bed becomes a battleground for your spine. You find yourself lying awake, wondering if there's a premium edition of your current mattress that caters specifically to sore backs and aching shoulders. No, it's not that you've grown picky. It's just that your body now issues alerts at ungodly hours, and what once felt like a cozy mattress now feels like a slab of concrete. So naturally, you go on the hunt for the miracle of memory foam, one that promises to cradle not just your body, but your weary soul. And yes, you spend a fortune on it, because if you don't, you might not even be able to get out of bed without feeling like you've just survived a minor car crash. And then come the pillows. Oh, the pillows. This is where the descent into madness begins. The pillow market greets you with such absurd variety that you question whether it's all an elaborate prank. Latex, feather-filled, memory foam infused with gel. All you want is a decent place to lay your head. But now, It's a complicated choice between investing in your future sleep or rolling the dice with another restless night. Because if you choose wrong, your neck will make sure you suffer for it. With a jolt so sharp, you'll spend the next day reconsidering every decision you've ever made. This entire sleep preparation routine starts to mirror other areas of life. The tiny inconveniences you once ignored now carry disproportionate weight. As the Stoics once said, life is a series of unavoidable discomforts, and the secret lies not in escaping them, but in how you respond. So what do you do with these nightly challenges? You don't fight them. You adjust. You adapt. Instead of chasing perfection of the ultimate bed or pillow, perhaps the answer is to accept these minor annoyances with grace. Maybe true rest comes not from ideal conditions, but from the peace that acceptance brings. And in that sense, even the battlefield of bedtime becomes another place where your Stoic mindset shines, not in avoiding discomfort, but in choosing how to live with it. Maybe what you need is not a better bed, but a better mindset. Maybe true rest isn't about luxury at all. It's about acceptance. The real struggle isn't the search for that perfect pillow or a mattress that cradles you like a cloud. No, the real struggle is about coming to terms with the fact that, like everything else in life, sleep is something that changes with age. As the Stoics often remind us, we may not be able to control everything that happens, but we can always control how we respond. So why keep waging war against pillows and mattresses when you can learn to rest, truly rest, by simply accepting things as they are? Perhaps comfort doesn't come from external perfection, but from an internal decision not to make every little discomfort into a battle. The aches, the night sweats, the tossing and turning, what if they were just part of the rhythm of life? And maybe the key to genuine comfort lies in not taking all of these minor irritations so seriously. As the saying goes, accept what you can't change and calmly work on what you can. Which brings us to another part of the journey. Welcome to the vitamin aisle. Remember the days when your diet was mostly pizza, sugary drinks, and gum? Back then, your secret to survival was a couple of painkillers and a long nap, or so you thought. But everything changes with age. Now, your once light-hearted stroll through the grocery store is a strategic march through shelves of tiny bottles, capsules, and colorful pills. No, this isn't a scene from a sci-fi film. This is your new reality. The once familiar supermarket now feels like a mini pharmacy. Your afternoons, once filled with spontaneous laughter, are now dotted with doctor appointments and new prescriptions. It hits you gradually, that feeling that getting out of bed without groaning is now something to be proud of. Nobody warned you about this part, but time has a way of reminding you that pizza and soda no longer cut it. This is where the vibrant pills enter the picture, the so-called magical supplements promising to bring back your energy or at least make standing up less of an ordeal. You're no fool. You know there's no miracle powder that can rewind the clock. Grandma's remedies don't quite hit the same anymore. Instead, you're bombarded with an endless variety of supplements marketed as the keys to longevity. The vitamin aisle becomes a paradise for salespeople whispering promises of renewed youth into your ear. And naturally, you begin to wonder, are these things really as effective as they claim to be? The answer, like most things in life, is it depends. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. These vitamins aren't going to transport you back to your 20s, but they might help your body function a little more smoothly. But here's the catch. If your plan is to rely on pills while staying glued to the couch, your results will likely include nothing more than indigestion and a higher grocery bill. The real secret isn't in believing these supplements are magic. It's in understanding that they are meant to support a lifestyle, not replace it. Eating well, exercising, sleeping adequately, and managing stress. These are the foundations. Sure, they require more effort than popping a pill, but they actually work. Vitamins are helpful, yes, but they are not miracle workers. Aging is inevitable, and no capsule can freeze time. The sooner you accept that your body has changed, the sooner you can adapt and still enjoy life in new ways. In the end, it's about doing what the Stoics always taught, not resisting the unchangeable, but learning to manage what's within your reach. Maybe you don't need more supplements. Maybe what you really need is a generous dose of self-acceptance. And let's not forget a little humor too, because aging, after all, gives you the perfect excuse to take naps, savor your meals, and complain with full authority. And then there's the ever-growing struggle that creeps in quietly, the battle against technology. Nobody ever prepared you for this. As if the wrinkles, the aching joints, and fading eyesight weren't enough, there's something even more subtle and cruel that settles into your life. This overwhelming digital age that seems to have no mercy. And let's be honest, my friend, you're not winning this one. It starts innocently enough, maybe a new phone, a smart TV, or a laptop update. But before long, your kids, and worse, your grandkids, have become your unofficial tech support. These new household heroes navigate digital systems with ease, while you're left trying to figure out what happened to the remote control you once thought was the most complicated thing you'd ever use. Now, you're dealing with smartphones that update while you sleep, laptops that seem to have moods of their own, and devices that expect you to have the patience of a saint. And let's be real, even the Stoics would struggle here. The worst part? It's not just that you don't understand how it all works, it's that you don't want to understand it anymore. What once was a simple gadget now feels like a Rubik's Cube made of code and buttons. And when something inevitably malfunctions, your younger relatives look at you with a blend of pity and disbelief, like somehow you personally sabotaged the Wi-Fi just by touching your phone. As if your fingers were digital landmines. Accept it. You've lost this battle, and that's okay. You were raised to believe that effort and persistence solve everything. But this is a generational shift. And the smart move now is to delegate. Let go of the guilt. Not every glitch is yours to fix. When your screen freezes, you don't need to dive into a rabbit hole of tech forums. Just hand it over. Your grandkids? They are the new tech wizards. They'll not only fix your settings, but might even teach you how to enjoy this strange digital landscape. And while they work their magic, take a breath. Channel your inner Stoic. Getting upset won't bring back the battery life or recover that forgotten password. There's wisdom in knowing when to pause and ask for help. No, you may never master the group chat, but you do know who has stronger Wi-Fi and a better handle on cookies and caches than you have on grandma's pie recipe. So when the tech world gets too loud and too fast, remember, being wise doesn't mean knowing everything. It means knowing who to call when things fall apart. As Bree says, life isn't about being the best at everything. It's about knowing when it's time to ask for help. And finally, we arrive at yet another chapter in this ever-changing journey. The revenge of the sensitive stomach. Remember those glorious years when you could eat anything at any hour and never suffer the consequences? You could devour pizza at 3 a.m., eat chocolate like it was oxygen, and your stomach wouldn't even flinch. Those days, sadly, are long gone. Now, even a small indulgence is paid back in full, with burning sensations, bloating, or that slow creeping discomfort that haunts you after every rich bite. Nobody warned you about this. No one told you that aging comes with a more delicate digestive system, one that turns into an unforgiving dictator. It's not just about getting older, it's about realizing that your body no longer tolerates the things it once welcomed. That once indestructible metabolism now raises a red flag at the slightest hint of spice or fat. It's as if your body has developed its own quiet wisdom. A wisdom that whispers, be more selective, be more thoughtful. It's not punishment, it's transformation. A slow, subtle farewell to youthful carelessness and an invitation to a more mindful relationship with food. So, yes, the sensitive stomach might seem like a betrayal at first, but maybe it's just another way your body asks for respect. Maybe it's not about restriction, but about refinement, learning to enjoy food differently, more intentionally, less impulsively. Old age is that quiet transformation where we start abandoning old habits, especially those we picked up in our youth, and begin to bear the consequences of our past culinary choices. It's as if our bodies, in their silent wisdom, decided that from now on, we must be more careful with what we consume. Almost like a form of payback. You enjoyed that pizza last night? Well, today you're going to regret it. It's as though your body speaks to you in a cryptic voice, gently but firmly reminding you of the consequences. But why does this happen? The answer lies in the teachings of the Stoics, who emphasized the value of moderation and self-discipline. Principles we may not have considered urgent until our digestive systems began to protest. Perhaps it's finally time we listen to those ancient philosophers, not to become ascetics, but to recognize that excess comes at a cost. Eating mindfully is one way to shield ourselves from those uncomfortable aftermaths, those moments when we ask ourselves, when did I become someone who can't even enjoy ice cream without regretting it? The real question is, what do we do now? It's not about obsessively dieting or becoming enslaved to meal prep containers. It's about identifying what no longer agrees with us and redefining our relationship with food. It's like having a heartfelt talk with an old friend you can't see every day anymore. You still love them, but being around them too often just doesn't work for you. The solution might not be saying goodbye forever, but rather visiting in moderation. Begin by observing what makes you feel unwell. Maybe late-night meals no longer suit you. Maybe cheese after dark is no longer your friend. Yes, it's sad, but it's real. And maybe, just maybe, your body is craving more fruit and fewer fried indulgences. The good news is, there are many delicious options that won't make you pay for them the next day. What matters most is remembering to take care of yourself. The Stoics remind us that real freedom comes from self-mastery. And if that means listening to your gut, literally, then welcome to the club. Life doesn't have to be all sacrifice, but you also can't keep ignoring the signs. In the end, the aging body becomes less forgiving. The sensitive stomach's revenge is very real, but it's something we can manage. The key is moderation, paying attention to what your body is telling you, and above all, knowing this isn't the end of the world, though it might be the end of carefree pizza nights. Let me tell you again, in case you missed it, self-care isn't about restriction. It's an act of love for yourself. Then there's the weekly doctor's appointment. Remember when your calendar was filled with spontaneous get-togethers and last-minute adventures? Those days seem to have faded, replaced now by something far less glamorous: regular visits to the doctor. Adulthood, which once promised freedom and maturity, has begun to look more like a cycle of medical checkups than fun-filled afternoons with friends. And the most surprising part? No one warned you. No one prepared you for this unexpected plot twist in life. Here we are, standing on the threshold of maturity, where bachelor parties are now swapped for cholesterol screenings and monthly dental checkups. It's as though your body, once it reached a certain age, decided to deliver a quiet but firm reality check. Not because you've become a more responsible person, but because life decided it's time to remind you, sometimes sharply, that time leaves traces. You begin to notice your body isn't cooperating the way it used to. There's the knee that creaks, the mysterious back pain, and the blurry vision you once brushed off as nothing. And what's worse is that no one tells you health issues will start arriving more frequently, more uncomfortably, and more urgently. It's not that you've become a hypochondriac, it's just that your body now speaks louder and more often, and it's not always polite in how it delivers the message. So, what now? If you've made it this far, you've likely realized the answer isn't denial, it's acceptance, mixed with a dose of dark humor. The Stoics, those ancient sages, spoke often about embracing the inevitable and finding peace amidst hardship. And while we're not writing philosophical letters from Roman villas, we can still apply a bit of that wisdom. Rather than stress over the growing number of appointments in your calendar, try to see them as moments of self-care. Maybe these visits are the new form of celebration. It's not quite like coffee with friends, but believe it or not, sometimes a chat with a good doctor can be just as revealing. Aging isn't a comfortable topic. Nobody tells you how many unglamorous things you'll start doing unintentionally. But how you face it makes all the difference. Accept those checkups as part of the journey, not a punishment. Because if you think about it, those appointments might be the healthiest plans you'll ever make. And above all, remember to laugh through it all, because sometimes that's all we can do. As Gandhi said, what feels like an obligation today may someday become a wise decision. And then there's this incredible shift, the power of, I don't care anymore. Have you noticed that as you age, you begin to feel a strange yet beautiful relief from the things that used to weigh you down? It's as if some invisible burden has quietly lifted, making space for something much lighter and more freeing. That, my friend, is the magic of simply not caring so much anymore. And the best part? No one teaches you this. You discover it all on your own with time. And far from being a loss, it's a gift. In our younger years, we're haunted by social pressures, constantly wondering what others think, how they see us, and whether we're living according to some unspoken rule book. It's like being trapped under a microscope of judgment. You bend and stretch to meet expectations. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? But then, somewhere along the line, you begin to ask, does this really matter? And that's when the magic begins. A switch flips. Suddenly, the need to please others disappears. Because let's be real, how many times have you stressed over someone's judgment, only to later realize they probably don't even remember your face? This is where the Stoics come in again. These old philosophers didn't just know how to think, they knew how to live. They taught that we can't control what others think or say, but we can control how we respond. And yes, life will teach you this too, but it's always good to be reminded. When you stop caring about every opinion thrown your way, you make room for what truly matters. Aging grants you the beautiful license to free your mind from the chains of outside validation. It's like you're suddenly walking through life with a sign that reads, "My happiness is my own responsibility now." And believe me, that's a freedom you'll never want to give back. Of course, not everything becomes easier. As we grow older, we also find ourselves doing things we never imagined, like letting someone cut in line without saying a word, or listening to a long-winded complaint without interjecting. Not because we agree, but because we simply no longer have the energy for those battles. But here's the secret. Aging teaches you which fights are worth it. You learn to let minor annoyances roll off your back like water on a duck's feathers. Growing older isn't just inevitable, it's liberating. It allows you to shed the burden of other people's expectations and start living according to your own values. This doesn't mean you become selfish or reclusive. It means you learn to see clearly what's truly important. So the next time you catch yourself worrying about something that won't matter tomorrow, remind yourself of this incredible power, the power of "I don't care." It's yours now. And as you embrace this freedom, you'll start to realize that living without all that mental noise might be the closest thing we ever get to real peace. As Carl Jung once said, life is far too short to live under the microscope of other people's expectations. We all desire to be attractive. But what if I told you that you could become deeply magnetic without even saying a single word? Yes, that's right. Let's explore how you can develop habits that make you socially appealing in complete silence. Not only that, but we're going to do it through the lens of Stoic philosophy. So, if you're ready to understand how to radiate calm, presence, and power, all while embracing true attractiveness, then stay with me. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy rooted in the idea of living in harmony with nature and fully accepting the things we cannot change. It's a path of inner strength, discipline, and wisdom. And these principles can be incredibly effective when it comes to attraction. Because let's be honest, being attractive isn't just about physical appearance. It's about how you behave, how you carry yourself, and how you feel within. Let's break this down into key habits you can cultivate to become quietly captivating. We'll be diving into ideas like confidence, serenity, presence, and more. Each of these habits will be deeply grounded in Stoic thought, and I'll share powerful quotes from famous philosophers that bring each idea to life. This way, you're not just learning how to become more attractive, you're also immersing yourself in a philosophy that has the potential to completely transform your life. So get ready, because we're about to embark on a journey that won't just elevate your presence in the eyes of others, but will also shape you into a wiser, more grounded human being. Before we dive deeper, I'd really appreciate it if you gave this video a like so it can reach more people. And if you don't want to miss any of my upcoming content, go ahead and subscribe and hit that notification bell. Let's begin with the first habit: confidence. Confidence is one of the most attractive traits a person can have, and the beautiful part is, you don't need to speak a single word to express it. Think about this quote by Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic emperors and philosophers. Perfect tranquility consists in the good ordering of the mind, the realm within. This reminds us that real confidence comes from within. It's not about showing off or dominating conversations. It's about having a mind that is calm, centered, and at peace. So how do we build this kind of inner confidence from a Stoic standpoint? First, it's essential to understand that confidence isn't about knowing everything or being superior to others. It's about being comfortable with who you are, embracing both your strengths and your flaws. One powerful practice you can adopt is daily meditation. You don't need hours, just a few minutes a day can have a huge impact. Meditation allows you to connect with yourself, settle your mind, and discover that deep inner stillness Marcus Aurelius spoke of. Over time, you'll notice that you enter social situations with more ease and presence because you've already done the inner work. Another important practice is self-reflection. Take time at the end of each day to look back on your actions and thoughts. What did you handle well? What could you improve? This habit of reflection helps you understand yourself more deeply and creates a foundation of inner strength that builds genuine confidence. This is where Stoicism truly shines. The Stoics teach us to concentrate on what's within our control and to let go of what isn't. So instead of obsessing over how others perceive you, focus on how you show up, your behavior, your character, your principles. This shift in mindset won't just increase your confidence, it will also make you much more attractive, because people can sense when someone is at peace with themselves. Always remember, true confidence is quiet. You don't need to announce your achievements or seek validation. Just be present, be real, and stay internally calm. People naturally gravitate toward those who exude this kind of self-assured, centered energy. Now let's move on to the second habit. Tranquility. Tranquility is an incredibly magnetic quality. When you're calm, you send out signals of security and stability, and that's something many people find deeply attractive. Epictetus, another brilliant Stoic thinker, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This powerful idea teaches us the importance of staying composed and emotionally balanced, no matter what's going on around us. That kind of poise is a true sign of strength. So how can we cultivate more tranquility in our lives? One highly effective method is to practice mindful breathing. When you feel anxious, overwhelmed, or emotionally unsettled, take a pause. Focus on your breath. Inhale deeply through your nose. Let your lungs fill with air, then slowly exhale through your mouth. Repeat this a few times until you feel your mind begin to settle. This simple act of breathwork can instantly bring you back into a state of presence and peace. Another essential practice is learning to accept what you cannot control. Stoicism reminds us that many events in life, like the weather, traffic, or other people's opinions, are outside our influence. So instead of wasting energy getting frustrated, choose acceptance. Ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is no, then let it go. This habit of surrendering to what is can not only reduce your stress, it can also give you a quiet, grounded aura that draws people in. Your sense of tranquility also shows up in your body language. Standing tall with relaxed shoulders, steady eye contact, and slow, purposeful movements sends a message of calm and self-possession. Even without words, your demeanor can tell the world, "I am at peace, I am centered." And that's what makes you so attractive in silence. You're not chasing approval, you're not trying to impress. You are simply grounded in who you are. And that stillness, it speaks louder than words ever could. Your gestures and movements should be slow, intentional, and free from haste or nervousness. Maintain eye contact with others, but do so in a natural and effortless way. Never force it. All these subtle cues send a powerful message that you are at ease with yourself and with your surroundings. Calmness is not just a state of mind, it's a visible expression of inner control. When someone displays serenity, it signals that they are not only in command of their emotions, but also able to influence the environment around them. People are naturally drawn to those who can remain composed amidst turmoil because they radiate safety and confidence. Always remember that being calm does not mean being indifferent. It means maintaining a peaceful presence and exercising mastery over your emotional state. This quiet composure speaks volumes about your character without a single word. Let's now move to the third habit: presence. Presence is one of those intangible qualities that can be hard to describe but unmistakable when witnessed. It's the ability to be fully engaged in the current moment, to be truly involved with the people and situations right in front of you. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." This profound statement highlights how dividing your focus among too many things ultimately means you're not giving your full attention to anything. Presence is the art of giving your undivided awareness to the here and now. To nurture this presence, begin by practicing active listening. When someone speaks to you, truly listen. Don't mentally rehearse your response or allow your eyes to wander toward your phone. Simply listen, and do it sincerely. This alone will make you appear more thoughtful and attentive, while also allowing for deeper human connection. Another essential aspect of presence is being consciously aware of your environment. Observe the details of your surroundings, the expressions, the subtle shifts in energy, not just with your eyes, but with deliberate attention. This level of observation grounds you in the present and helps you react more genuinely to what unfolds around you. Mindfulness is another powerful way to develop presence. It means engaging in your daily tasks with full consciousness. Something as ordinary as drinking tea can become a grounding ritual. Instead of hastily gulping it down, take the time to notice its aroma, savor the taste, and feel the warmth in your hands. These seemingly small practices train your mind to stay rooted in the now. Presence also manifests through your body language. Keep your posture open and relaxed. Show genuine interest through your gestures and facial expressions. Avoid fidgeting or appearing distracted. These are signs that your mind is somewhere else. When you are truly present, people feel it. They sense that they matter to you and that your attention is authentic. This kind of interaction creates stronger, more meaningful connections, which are vital to building genuine appeal. Remember, being present doesn't mean dominating the spotlight. It means being fully tuned in to the moment and to those around you. It's a quiet power that conveys both respect and attentiveness, and it's incredibly compelling. Now we move to the fourth habit: integrity. Integrity is one of those foundational virtues that always stands out, even when unspoken. It's about living in harmony with your principles and values, being truthful, consistent, and reliable in everything you do. Epictetus once said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." This quote emphasizes the necessity of aligning your actions with your beliefs. Integrity can't be faked. It must be deeply rooted within your character. To develop integrity, you must first become aware of your own values. What truly matters to you? What principles do you want to guide your life? Take time to reflect on these questions and ensure that your daily actions reflect your answers. When your behavior aligns with your inner beliefs, you naturally exude authenticity, which is inherently attractive. Another essential part of integrity is honesty, not just with others, but also with yourself. This means being able to acknowledge your mistakes and choosing to learn from them. People admire those who have the courage to face their flaws and are committed to personal growth. Being truthful frees you from the exhausting burden of maintaining false appearances and allows you to live with ease and sincerity. Integrity also means keeping your word. If you promise to do something, follow through. Reliability earns trust, and consistency builds a strong reputation. Being someone who can be counted on is a rare and valuable quality, and one that makes you stand out. It shows that you are dependable, stable, and worthy of respect. Lastly, integrity shines through in how you treat others. Approach every person with kindness and respect, regardless of who they are or what they can offer you. This behavior reveals your character more than words ever could. It creates an atmosphere of mutual trust and dignity. When you live a life rooted in integrity, you become someone guided by unwavering principles. People are drawn to honesty and genuineness because these traits foster trust and admiration. Ultimately, becoming someone who others can trust and respect is one of the most powerful ways to increase your silent influence. These qualities reflect emotional maturity and a stable character, something that naturally draws others in. Now, let's move forward with the fifth habit, self-restraint. Self-restraint, also known as self-control, is a vital quality that not only enhances your personal appeal, but also reveals a profound inner strength. In a world where many people react impulsively, someone who can exhibit self-restraint stands out significantly. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most respected Stoic emperors, once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This timeless wisdom reminds us that while we cannot control everything happening around us, we do have control over how we respond to those events. So, how do we cultivate self-restraint? The first step is learning to recognize your emotions without allowing them to overpower you. When you find yourself in a tense or triggering situation, take a brief pause to breathe deeply and observe your feelings before responding. This simple act can help you remain composed and prevent you from doing or saying something that you might later regret. Another essential way to nurture self-restraint is by practicing patience. In our fast-paced world, where instant gratification is often the norm, learning to wait can become a powerful form of discipline. Patience reflects the ability to delay immediate desires in pursuit of something more meaningful and enduring. It's a quiet strength that shows you're not controlled by your impulses. Moderation is also a critical part of self-restraint. This doesn't mean you must deny yourself the things you enjoy. It means finding a healthy balance. Whether it's food, social media, or any other form of pleasure, practicing moderation allows you to stay in control rather than becoming consumed by indulgence. Self-restraint also shows itself in how we handle criticism and conflict. Instead of reacting with defensiveness or anger, strive to listen actively and consider other people's perspectives. Responding calmly and thoughtfully not only reflects emotional maturity, but also portrays you as someone who is trustworthy and respectful. It's important to remember that self-restraint is not about suppressing emotions, but about managing them effectively. It signals that you have control over yourself, a trait that is immensely attractive. People naturally admire those who can remain composed and respond with thoughtfulness in all situations. Now, let's continue with the sixth habit, gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful virtue that can change both your life and the way others perceive you. Too often we focus on what we lack or desire, overlooking the many blessings we already have. The Stoics emphasize the importance of appreciating what's in front of us. Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." This quote teaches us that true wealth lies in valuing what we have, not in endlessly chasing more. Gratitude shifts our mindset toward positivity and helps us cultivate an inner sense of peace and contentment. So, how can we actively develop a grateful heart? One effective method is to keep a gratitude journal. Set aside a few minutes each day to write down 3 things you are thankful for. These could be small moments, like the sun shining through your window, or significant blessings like the health of a loved one. This simple practice helps train your mind to notice and appreciate the good around you. Gratitude can also be expressed in everyday interactions. Be thankful for the people around you, from family and friends to strangers who assist you throughout the day. A sincere thank you may seem small, but it can leave a lasting impression and show others that you truly value their efforts and presence. Another meaningful way to practice gratitude is through daily reflection. Take a moment each day to think about the good things that happened. Even on hard days, seek out at least one positive detail. This consistent attitude of thankfulness makes you more positive and optimistic, traits that naturally attract others. When you embody gratitude, you radiate a kind of energy that draws people in. Those around you feel uplifted and appreciated, sensing your deep appreciation for life. Furthermore, a grateful attitude builds resilience by helping you focus on what's still good, even during tough times. Gratitude is more than just saying thank you. It's about living with a deep sense of appreciation and recognizing the value in both the big and small parts of life. It not only brings more joy and satisfaction to your life, but it also makes you more appealing and pleasant to be around. Now, let's move on to the 7th habit, humility. Humility is a virtue that is often misunderstood, yet it holds incredible power. Being humble doesn't mean thinking less of yourself. It means thinking of yourself less and being more mindful of others. Epictetus once said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." This quote reminds us that humility is essential for personal growth and continuous learning. True humility involves acknowledging that we don't have all the answers and that there is always something new to understand. It's the openness to learn, the willingness to listen, and the courage to admit when we're wrong. These qualities don't make you weak, they make you wise. Humility creates space for growth, connection, and meaningful relationships. In a world where ego often dominates, a humble person stands out, not through loudness or showiness, but through quiet strength and grounded confidence. It's not about downplaying your worth, but about lifting others up while staying rooted in who you truly are. True wisdom is not about thinking less of ourselves, but rather thinking less about ourselves and more about others. As Epictetus, the great Stoic philosopher, said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." This powerful quote emphasizes that humility is a crucial part of growth. It involves acknowledging that there is always something to learn, and it is an acceptance that we do not hold all the answers. This mindset opens the door to continuous learning, personal development, and the deepening of wisdom. So, how do we cultivate humility? First, we must embrace the fact that we don't know everything. This is often one of the hardest lessons to learn, especially in a world that pressures us to appear knowledgeable or expert in everything. But recognizing and admitting our limitations does not make us weak. Rather, it makes us more approachable and open to learning. It also invites new opportunities for personal growth. Another way to nurture humility is by listening more than we speak. Giving others the opportunity to share their experiences and insights without interrupting or imposing our own perspectives is a powerful practice. True listening comes with the intention to understand, not merely to respond. This kind of deep listening demonstrates respect and consideration for others, which is an essential aspect of humility. Humility also manifests in how we treat others, regardless of their status or position. Every person we encounter has a unique story and valuable experiences to offer. When we treat everyone with equal respect and dignity, it shows that we appreciate people for who they are, not for what they can do for us. This attitude fosters a sense of equality and understanding, making it incredibly attractive because it conveys genuine appreciation for others. It is also important to learn from our mistakes. Nobody is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes, but how we respond to them makes all the difference. Instead of defending ourselves or making excuses, practicing humility means admitting when we are wrong and showing a willingness to learn and improve. This ability to be vulnerable and honest about our failures reflects great strength, not weakness. When we consistently practice humility, we become more approachable and authentic. People feel comfortable around us because they don't have to worry about impressing or competing with us. Humility creates a space of acceptance and understanding, which in turn makes us more relatable and trustworthy. It is essential to remember that humility is not a sign of weakness. On the contrary, it signifies true strength and self-assurance. Humility forms the foundation of a life rich in meaningful relationships and personal growth. Moving on, we come to patience, which is another virtue that, although often underestimated, has a profound effect on how we are perceived by others and how we navigate our daily lives. Seneca, a renowned Stoic philosopher, said, "Time reveals the truth." This timeless piece of wisdom reminds us that good things often take time, and the clarity and truth we seek are typically unveiled through patience and perseverance. Patience is the ability to wait calmly without frustration, accepting that things take time and remaining composed during that waiting period. To cultivate patience, the first step is to shift our perspective on time and expectations. We live in an era of instant gratification where everything seems to be at our fingertips. However, the most valuable things in life usually require time, effort, and careful consideration. Acknowledging this reality is the first step in developing patience. Another effective way to practice patience is through mindfulness and meditation. These practices help us remain present in the moment and resist the urge to rush ahead toward the future. When we feel impatience creeping in, taking a moment to breathe deeply and focus on the present can help center our minds. Regular meditation can train us to be more patient and less reactive to the stresses of life. Furthermore, we can practice patience in our daily lives by engaging in simple acts such as waiting in line without reaching for our phones, listening intently to someone without interrupting, or completing a task without rushing. These small acts of patience may seem insignificant, but over time they accumulate and strengthen our ability to remain patient in larger, more important situations. It is essential to remember that patience is not just about waiting, it is about how we wait. Maintaining a positive attitude and staying calm during moments of waiting demonstrates maturity, self-control, and inner strength. People are naturally attracted to those who can handle waiting with grace and calmness because it indicates confidence in the process and trust in the timing of life. When we embody patience, we project an image of someone who is balanced, confident, and in control of themselves. Today, we're diving into a topic that I'm sure many of you will find very interesting: how to detoxify our minds and stop overthinking everything. It sounds like something we all could use, right? There are times when our minds feel like a whirlwind, constantly spinning with endless thoughts, worries, and doubts that prevent us from being able to fully enjoy the present moment. But don't worry, because today I'm going to share 16 simple strategies based on Stoic philosophy that will help you free your mind and find inner peace. Imagine this: you're in bed, ready to fall asleep, but your mind is racing with thoughts about work, family, unmet goals, and even the future. You keep tossing and turning, unable to quiet the noise in your head. This is something we've all experienced at one point or another, but it doesn't have to be this way. The Stoics, with their ancient wisdom, teach us that we can train our minds to be calmer and more focused. And that's exactly what we're going to explore today. These 16 strategies, grounded in Stoic philosophy, are designed to help us live a more serene and balanced life. We'll take a closer look at each strategy, explaining not only how to apply them in our daily lives, but also why they work and how they can transform the way we think. To make this even more meaningful, I'll accompany each strategy with a special quote from a Stoic philosopher that will inspire you and help you understand the concept better. Let's start with the first strategy: the power of positive affirmations. This may sound simple, but it's often overlooked, and yet it can have a great impact. Seneca, a well-known Stoic philosopher, once said, "The greatest part of happiness depends on our disposition, not our circumstances." Positive affirmations are statements we repeat to ourselves with the intention of fostering a positive mindset and empowering ourselves. They are important because our thoughts have a profound effect on our perception of reality. If we constantly tell ourselves negative things, we'll begin to see the world in a negative light. However, if we change that internal dialogue and start telling ourselves positive things, our perspective can change drastically. For example, imagine waking up in the morning and the first thought you have is, "Today is going to be a difficult day." That thought will likely influence how you approach the rest of your day. But if instead you tell yourself, "Today I have the opportunity to do amazing things," that affirmation can motivate you and set a more positive tone for your day. Positive affirmations work because they help us reprogram our minds, shifting our focus toward achievement rather than fear. This reduces anxiety and rumination, helping us stay focused on constructive thoughts. I encourage you to start using positive affirmations in your life. Identify areas where you feel insecure or negative and create affirmations that counteract those thoughts. For instance, if you're worried about not being good enough at your job, you might say, "I am capable and confident in my skills." Repeat these affirmations daily, especially in moments of doubt or stress. How do you feel about trying positive affirmations today? I encourage you to pick one that resonates with you and start using it. Now, let's move on to the second strategy: simplifying your life. It might seem like an obvious concept, but it's something we often forget to do. Seneca also said, "It is the mind that does good or evil. It is the mind that makes us unhappy or happy, rich or poor." In our modern world, we are surrounded by complexity. We have too many possessions, too many tasks, and too many worries, all of which contribute to an overloaded mind. Simplifying our lives means reducing excess in all its forms, whether it's material things, commitments, or even unnecessary thoughts. take a moment to think about your home. How many things do you own that you don't really need? Each additional object is a mental burden. The same principle applies to our daily activities. Sometimes we commit to too many things, leaving us feeling overwhelmed. By simplifying, we create more space in our lives and in our minds. This is effective because eliminating unnecessary distractions reduces the number of things we need to think about. The fewer things we have to worry about, the fewer decisions we need to make, and the less mental clutter we have to manage. This opens up more time and energy to focus on what truly matters. Start by decluttering your environment. Get rid of things that you don't need or that don't bring you joy. Then take a look at your commitments and see if there's anything you can simplify or delegate. Lastly, try simplifying your thoughts by practicing mindfulness and focusing on the present moment. This will help reduce mental clutter and bring a sense of calm to your life. Let's move on to the third strategy, limiting the information you consume. In today's digital age, we are constantly bombarded with information. While some of it is valuable, much of it is not. This constant influx of information can overwhelm our minds and prevent us from being present. By limiting the amount of information we take in, we can reduce unnecessary distractions and maintain better focus. This approach can be particularly challenging in today's digital age, but it is crucial for our mental well-being. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts." Our thoughts are deeply influenced by the information we take in, and in a world flooded with constant streams of news, social media, emails and messages, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. All of this competing for our attention can lead to information overload, leaving our minds feeling cluttered and stressed. By limiting the information we consume, we can alleviate this mental noise. To start, be more selective with the sources of information you engage with. Choose only those that genuinely add value to your life, and avoid the ones that only contribute to stress or anxiety. Another effective step is setting time limits for your use of electronic devices. For example, you might decide to check the news just once a day or restrict your social media use to certain times. This approach works because by reducing the information we consume, we allow our minds to breathe and have more space to process the things that truly matter. This creates room for deeper thinking and creativity. The fourth strategy encourages the development of a regular exercise routine, which benefits both our mind and body. Seneca once said, "The mind is anxious for the future, it is miserable." Exercise serves as an excellent way to calm that anxiety and clear our minds. Not only does regular physical activity improve our physical health, but it also has a significant positive impact on our mental health. When we exercise, our body releases endorphins, the chemicals that make us feel good and reduce stress. Exercise can also help us clear our minds as it shifts our focus from worries to movement and breathing. Imagine starting your day with a run, feeling the fresh air against your skin, the rhythmic movement of your feet on the ground, and your mind starting to clear. As you run, the worries about work or personal issues fade into the background. You're simply enjoying the moment, which is a great way to practice mindfulness while also taking care of your body. This works because exercise not only enhances physical fitness, but also helps us manage stress and anxiety more effectively. Furthermore, it provides a sense of accomplishment and well-being, which improves our overall attitude toward life. It's highly beneficial to incorporate more physical activity into your daily routine. The fifth strategy is daily meditation. Though this practice may seem simple, it has a profound impact on our mental clarity. Meditation is a powerful tool to calm the mind and reduce an excess of thoughts. It involves taking some time each day to sit in silence, focus on your breathing, and observe your thoughts without judgment. Through this practice, we train our minds to become more present and less reactive. Picture yourself finding a quiet space, sitting comfortably and closing your eyes. As you breathe deeply, you focus on the sensation of the air entering and leaving your lungs. If your mind starts to wander, you gently guide it back to your breath without self-criticism. This regular practice helps reduce stress and anxiety, allowing you to better manage the challenges of daily life. It works because meditation teaches us to observe our thoughts without becoming attached to them. Over time, this creates mental space, helping us see things more clearly and with less emotional attachment. It also reduces the volume of overwhelming thoughts and leads to a more calm and focused mind. The sixth strategy is about setting clear limits. This is crucial for maintaining peace of mind. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, reminds us, "No one can hurt you without your consent." This wisdom applies to our ability to establish boundaries in life. Setting boundaries means being clear about what you are willing to accept and what you are not, including your time, energy, and relationships. Without clear limits, we can become overwhelmed and resentful as we allow others' demands to take precedence over our own well-being. Imagine you are at work and your boss asks you to stay late for the third time in a week. Setting a boundary could mean respectfully saying, "I understand this is important, but I also need time to rest and recharge. I cannot stay late today." At first, this may feel uncomfortable, but it is vital for your health. This strategy works because when we set clear limits, we protect our time and energy, which allows us to focus on what really matters. Establishing boundaries reduces stress and anxiety, and it fosters healthier relationships. So, what do you think? Are you ready to start setting clearer boundaries? Let's move on to the next strategy. But before we do, take a moment to reflect on an area of your life where establishing a clear limit could bring you some benefits. Let's now talk about the seventh strategy. Surround yourself with positive people. This is an important aspect of life that can significantly influence our mindset, the people we choose to spend time with. The philosopher who is most powerful is the one who masters themselves. Part of mastering ourselves involves making wise choices about the company we keep. The people we surround ourselves with have a profound impact on our mentality. If we are constantly around negative people, we are likely to absorb that negativity. However, if we surround ourselves with positive people, those who support and uplift us, we also tend to have a more positive outlook. Picture a friend who always manages to find the silver lining and motivates you to do better. Spending time with such a person can leave you feeling inspired and more confident in yourself. On the other hand, spending time with someone who is always negative and complains about everything can drain your energy and bring you down. Why does this work? Because emotions and attitudes are contagious. When we are in a positive environment, we are more likely to feel happier and less stressed. Of course, this doesn't mean we should avoid people who are going through tough times, but we need to be mindful of how their energy impacts us and make an effort to surround ourselves with those who uplift us. Now, let's talk about the eighth strategy. Accept impermanence. This is a key aspect of Stoic philosophy that is essential for peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius once said, Observe how many waves of change have passed over you, and you will understand that things which change constantly should not be feared. To accept impermanence is to acknowledge that everything in life, including situations, emotions, and even ourselves, is in a state of constant change. This realization can help alleviate much of our stress and anxiety because it frees us from the illusion that things must remain the same to be good. Imagine facing a challenge in your life that causes you significant stress. Understanding the impermanence of this situation helps you realize that it won't last forever. Everything, both good and bad, eventually changes. By internalizing this truth, you learn not to hold on too tightly to anything, which can bring a great sense of peace. Why does this work? Because when we accept that things change, we become more flexible and resilient. Instead of fighting change, we embrace it and adapt, which reduces unnecessary thoughts and worries as we stop trying to control what is beyond our control. The 9th strategy is to spend time on your hobbies. This is something we often overlook in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Epictetus reminds us that leisure, when combined with meaningful activities, is essential for a fulfilled life. Our hobbies are the activities we are passionate about and that bring us joy. When we dedicate time to these hobbies, we allow ourselves a break from our daily worries and focus on something that makes us happy. This is not just a mental break, but it can also become a source of inspiration and creativity. Imagine you enjoy painting. If you set aside an hour a day for painting, it can be a wonderful way to clear your mind, express your emotions, and reconnect with yourself. It's not about being the best at your hobby. It's about enjoying the process and allowing yourself that time for self-care. Why does this work? Because when we give ourselves permission to engage in activities that bring us joy, we nourish our soul, reduce stress, and help maintain a healthy balance in our lives. Hobbies also offer an excellent opportunity to practice mindfulness as we become fully immersed in the activity at hand. So, what do you think? Are you ready to dedicate more time to your hobbies? Let's now move on to the 10th strategy. But before we do, think of a hobby that brings you joy and how you can integrate it more regularly into your routine. Now, let's discuss the 10th strategy. Learn to say no. This is something many of us struggle with, yet it is one of the most powerful tools we can develop to protect our peace of mind. As Seneca wisely said, it's not that things are difficult, but that we don't dare to say they are difficult. Learning to say no can help us avoid feeling overwhelmed and resentful. Often, we feel obliged to say yes to every request made of us, whether it's at work, in our families, or within our friendships. However, this can lead to stress and exhaustion. Imagine being asked to take on an additional project at work when you are already at your limit. Saying yes might only add to your stress, but saying no in a firm yet respectful way helps protect your time and energy. Why does this work? Because when we learn to say no, we are protecting our mental well-being and setting healthy boundaries. Saying no allows us to focus on what truly matters without taking on more than we can handle. It enables us to prioritize what truly matters and avoid the exhaustion that comes from overcommitting. Saying no does not mean being selfish. Rather, it is an act of self-care that makes us more effective and happier. By saying no, we protect our time and energy, ensuring we can focus on what is most important. So, what do you think? Are you ready to start saying no when it's necessary? Take a moment to reflect on a recent situation where you could have said no and consider how it might have reduced your stress level. Next, let's talk about the importance of cultivating patience. Patience is a key virtue in maintaining serenity and composure in difficult situations. Marcus Aurelius once said that life is more like a battle than a dance, as we must be constantly alert and prepared for unexpected challenges. Patience is the ability to tolerate delays, problems, or suffering without becoming angry or anxious. In today's fast-paced world, where instant results are often expected, cultivating patience is essential for reducing frustration and stress. When we practice patience, we are better able to handle difficulties and reduce overwhelming thoughts. For instance, imagine you are in a long queue waiting for your turn. Instead of becoming impatient, you take a deep breath and use that time to reflect, observe, or simply relax. Why does this work? Because patience allows us to accept things as they are, without trying to force them to be different. This reduces mental resilience and anxiety, helping us make more informed and thoughtful decisions. Reflect on a recent situation where you could have been more patient and how it would have changed your experience. Now, let's explore the 12th strategy: finding time for nature. Spending time outdoors in nature can have a profoundly calming effect on our minds. Nature offers us an opportunity to disconnect from the noise and busyness of everyday life, reminding us of the beauty and simplicity of the world around us. Imagine taking a walk in the park or hiking through the woods. You feel the fresh air, hear the birds singing, and see the greenery surrounding you. This simple act can help clear your mind, reduce stress, and make you feel more connected to the world around you. Why does this work? Because nature has a restorative effect on our brains, helping us relax and recharge. Moreover, being in nature encourages mindfulness as we focus on our senses and the present moment, allowing us to be fully immersed in the experience. Another important strategy is to take a regular digital break. In our digital age, we are constantly connected to our devices, which can lead to information overload and a constantly busy mind. A digital disconnection involves taking a break from electronic devices and the constant stream of information they bring. Imagine spending a whole day without checking your phone, reading emails, or scrolling through social media. At first, it might feel strange, but soon you'll notice a sense of freedom and peace of mind. You will have more time to be present, enjoy activities without interruptions, and reconnect with yourself. Why is this effective? Because disconnecting digitally gives our minds a rest from the constant bombardment of stimuli, reducing stress and anxiety. It allows us to be more focused and present in our lives, and also helps us develop a healthier relationship with technology, using it in a more intentional and mindful way. Finally, let's talk about the power of practicing forgiveness. Epictetus taught that it is not what happens to us, but how we react to it, that matters. Forgiveness is not about justifying the negative behavior of others, but about freeing ourselves from the grip of resentment and bitterness. When we hold on to grudges, we keep the wounds of the past alive, which only causes us more pain. Practicing forgiveness allows us to heal and move forward. Imagine that someone has hurt you. Forgiving them does not mean that what they did was right, but it means that you choose not to let that hurt control your life any longer. By forgiving, you release the emotional charge associated with the incident and allow your mind to focus on more positive and meaningful things. These negative emotions consume a significant amount of our mental energy, leaving us drained and focused on the past. By letting go of grudges and choosing forgiveness, we free ourselves from this weight, allowing our minds to focus on the present and on positive aspects of life. This shift not only lightens our emotional load, but also reduces the frequency of negative thoughts. In turn, we can improve our mental health, making room for more positivity and allowing us to live fuller and happier lives. So, what do you think? Are you ready to embrace the practice of forgiveness? Take a moment to reflect on a situation where forgiving someone could have a profound impact on your life, and think about how that could change your experience moving forward. Next, we move on to the fifth strategy: keeping a personal journal. Writing in a journal is a powerful practice that can help you organize your thoughts and emotions. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, demonstrated how writing can serve as a tool for introspection and achieving mental clarity. By regularly recording your thoughts, you give yourself the freedom to express your emotions, helping you understand them better and find solutions to your problems. For instance, imagine you're feeling overwhelmed by a challenging situation in your life. Writing about it in your journal allows you to explore your feelings, process your thoughts, and consider possible approaches to the issue at hand. This act not only helps you navigate through your emotions, but also alleviates mental burden by transferring your thoughts from your mind onto paper. Why does this work? Because writing organizes our thoughts and offers a fresh perspective, which is incredibly helpful for reducing stress and anxiety. Journaling acts as a form of self-therapy, fostering personal growth and enhancing self-understanding. The final strategy we will discuss is practicing self-compassion. As Shaker often reminded us, we suffer more in our imaginations than in reality. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness, patience, and understanding that you would offer to a dear friend. When we make mistakes or face challenges, it's easy to become self-critical and harsh on ourselves. However, practicing self-compassion allows us to accept our imperfections and gives us permission to be human. Imagine you've made a mistake at work. Instead of mentally punishing yourself, you decide to be kind to yourself, telling yourself that mistakes are part of being human and that it's important to learn from them and move forward. This approach not only alleviates stress and anxiety, but also cultivates a growth mindset and resilience. Why is this effective? Because self-compassion helps us manage stress and pressure in a healthier way. Instead of adding unnecessary suffering through self-criticism, we support ourselves with understanding and love, which enables us to recover more quickly from setbacks and maintain a calmer, more balanced mind. The world is riddled with traps lurking around every corner, all designed to strip you of your strength as a man. Just take a moment to observe the popular Netflix shows being promoted, or consider the kinds of individuals society now places on a pedestal. Virtually nothing escapes the influence of a larger agenda, one aimed at controlling minds. Men are being conditioned, subtly yet powerfully, to accept weakness as a new norm. There's a well-known story that illustrates this perfectly, a story about a lion that I want to share with you. If this is your first time on my channel, I would truly appreciate your support. Please consider subscribing and liking the video so I can keep bringing you content like this in the future. Once upon a time, there was a mighty lion, feared by all who crossed his path. One day, this lion fell deeply in love with a farmer's daughter. But there was a major obstacle. The farmer despised the lion. When he discovered the lion's affection for his daughter, he became determined to prevent their union at any cost. So the cunning farmer devised a plan and summoned the lion. He told the lion that he would only permit the marriage under one condition, that the lion must first remove his sharp claws. To the lion, it seemed like a small sacrifice for such a great reward. So, For the sake of love and with the hope of winning the farmer's approval, he went to a stone and deliberately shattered his own claws. The next day he returned to the farmer, proudly announcing that he was now harmless and ready to claim his bride. But the farmer was not done. He added another condition. The lion must now break off his sharp teeth and fangs. Again the lion agreed, willing to give up even more of himself to attain what he desired. He removed his fangs and teeth, then returned once more. But this time, the farmer did not meet him with kindness. Instead, he attacked the lion and killed him. Now defenseless, the once powerful beast could not protect himself. The very things that had given him strength and identity had been willingly discarded, one by one. This story holds a powerful message. Brothers, the world we live in today is no different. There are forces at play far greater than most of us realize, and they have meticulously crafted a system, a matrix, designed to keep men enslaved to their impulses, their cravings, and their desires. But here's the hard truth. You can blame the farmer, you can point fingers at the elite and the system all you want. But in the end, it was the lion who made the choice to surrender. Voluntary discipline is the sacred virtue every man must embody, whether in his professional ambitions, financial journey, or romantic life. Every man is born with a deep desire to feel powerful, assertive, and in control. This is not arrogance. It's nature. We are wired to strive for strength and direction. Yet many of us have lost touch with this instinct. We fall into habits that strip us of our potential. We willingly hand over our power. Today, men complain endlessly. They squander their money on meaningless pleasures, drugs, pornography, and even apologize for things that don't require an apology. In doing so, they develop habits that weaken them from the inside out. One such habit is mocking others. This isn't a topic that gets much attention, but it's crucial. As a man of high value, you should never elevate yourself by tearing others down. Mocking others in an attempt to look superior reveals insecurity and a lack of respect. Authentic masculinity isn't about dominance over others. It's about self-mastery. Think about the example of crabs in a bucket. When one crab tries to climb out, the others instinctively pull it back down. Similarly, when someone around you attempts to rise, to improve, or to pursue a better life, there are those who feel threatened or envious and try to hold them back. That kind of behavior is neither noble nor productive. If you find yourself making fun of others, understand this. In that moment, you are placing yourself beneath them, period. That doesn't mean you should ignore mistakes or never correct others, but correction should come from a place of guidance, not ridicule. As a man, it is your duty to mentor and uplift your brothers, not to belittle them. Leave behind grudges, hidden motives, or superiority complexes. Instead, offer feedback that helps others grow and evolve. Remember, true strength and confidence are never expressed through mockery. Listen to what Mike Tyson once said. Social media has given people the false courage to speak disrespectfully to others without fearing the consequences, like getting punched in the face. His words are a stark reminder of how disconnected we've become from accountability. Another habit that weakens men is the refusal to accept responsibility. Let's return to the story of the lion and the farmer's daughter. Ultimately, the lion's downfall wasn't caused solely by the farmer's deception. The real reason lies in the lion's failure to embrace his responsibility. His duty was to live as the powerful predator he was created to be. His claws and teeth were not just weapons, they were symbols of his identity and nature. But he chose to abandon that for acceptance. Many of us do the same in our lives. We run from our responsibilities instead of owning them with pride. But responsibilities are not burdens. They are the very foundation of who we are as men. I want you to say this out loud. I will honor my responsibilities with pride because they define me as a man. The moment you decide to escape your duties is the moment you choose to abandon your masculinity. Never forget this truth. The price of greatness is responsibility. Hear it again. The price of greatness is responsibility. This principle not only strengthens your own identity, but it also brings stability and growth to those around you. Responsibility should not be something we avoid or hand off to others. It should be embraced as the very path to fulfillment, greatness, and becoming the men we were always meant to be. There's a tendency among many men today to run from failure. This has become a real challenge in our time. Most men would rather stay in their comfort zone than step into the discomfort required for growth. But remember, real growth often involves pain and is usually disguised behind what we perceive as failure. Think about the well-known story of the man who digs in search of diamonds. He has no idea how far beneath the surface those diamonds lie, but he keeps digging. At first, it's just more dirt. Every scoop feels like nothing's changing, but with persistence, after hours or even days, he eventually uncovers what he's been searching for. The same is true for us. Brothers, understand that failure is not the end. If you carry the mindset that failure is final, you can be certain you will never achieve anything meaningful. Anything worth having comes with a cost. Let's say you launch a business. In the early stages, you may run into what seems like countless failures, struggling to understand how the business works, learning to attract and retain customers. But if you stay in the game long enough and continue to rise from those temporary setbacks, growth becomes inevitable. It's the same when dealing with women. In the beginning, you might come off as awkward or unsure of yourself. You may not know how to carry a smooth interaction, but your success lies beyond those early uncomfortable moments. These are just small prices a man must pay. Strength demands payment, and the payment is often temporary defeat. Many of us were raised to feel ashamed of our mistakes, to fear failure, and to constantly search for someone to blame. It's not my fault, we say. That person is the reason. These are the thoughts of someone who is not willing to take ownership. I want you to remember this quote. Write it down if you must. A weak man is one who blames his failure on the strength of others. Be sure to follow us on TikTok at Daily Stoic, on YouTube, and on all our social platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. There is another challenge, chasing a mission but blindly following useless or harmful laws. It's easy to spot the difference between a coward and a man of true value. The coward always sides with the majority, even when what they say is obviously wrong. What's worse is that the coward expects men of high value to also submit to these shallow rules and toxic norms. But a man of substance doesn't just follow, he examines, reflects, and decides based on reason and his higher purpose. In today's world, we've been trained not to judge, not to question, and not to stand firm. This mindset is getting out of hand. At this point, many are simply puppets, lab rats of the system, obeying every new agenda and regulation without question. There's nothing wrong with obedience, but only when what you're obeying aligns with your purpose, your calling, and above all, with the law of God. There is no law above that divine standard. Ask yourself, are you easily intimidated? Do you try to please everyone just to avoid confrontation? For some men, learning to say no is incredibly difficult, but if you commit to acting on truth, you'll see that the world doesn't fall apart when you stop complying with everything. I've seen too many men live in fear within their own marriages, acting like their wives are tyrants, afraid to speak their minds or offer correction. That is a perfect example of unhealthy submission, one that strips away masculine strength and leadership. Now let's talk about body language. The concept of non-verbal communication is more important than you might think. This includes things like how you shake hands, your eye contact, the way you sit, how you walk, and how you move when engaging with others. People can often sense whether you're a strong or weak man without a single word being said. In a society that often pushes against traditional masculinity, it's more important than ever for men to be aware of how they carry themselves. Being intentional with your body means consciously projecting strength, confidence, and clarity. Stand tall, walk with purpose. Make solid eye contact when speaking. Be deliberate in your movements and maintain a commanding presence. Your body speaks before your mouth does. It's your first impression, your silent introduction. It has a powerful impact on how people see you and how they treat you. When you present yourself as a man with confidence and strength through your body language, people are less likely to try to exploit or disrespect you. This is a vital skill for any man who wants to succeed in relationships, business, and life in general. Lastly, let's talk about waste, specifically wasting your most valuable years. We often stress on this channel the significance of your younger years, your 20s and into your 30s. These are your golden years, the prime time to build, to establish, and to grow. Think of a farmer planting seeds. He doesn't expect the fruit to grow the next day. In the same way, your 20s should be focused on sowing, emotionally, spiritually, physically, laying down the roots that will define your future. But here's the most important part. Don't expect to reap the rewards right away. Just keep planting, stay consistent, keep putting in the work. And before you even realize it, those seeds will begin to bear fruit. Don't rush the harvest. Keep planting, keep building, and before long, you'll find that you've created lush gardens and entire forests, environments that will attract the right kind of people, opportunities, and energy into your life. When I talk about sowing, I'm talking about pushing yourself, testing your limits, and challenging who you are now so that you can grow into who you're meant to become. This doesn't mean you have to grind non-stop, working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But it does mean you must remain aware that these early years are when your energy is at its peak, when opportunities to take bold risks are abundant. Take advantage of this season. Especially when you're young, it might feel like you're missing out on social trends or being part of a fast-moving culture when you're choosing instead to invest in yourself. But resist that temptation to blend in or to be distracted. You may not fully grasp it now, but with time and maturity, you'll deeply appreciate the discipline and focus you showed during these early years. To reinforce this truth, listen to what the wisest man who ever lived said about youth. Solomon once wrote these powerful words, "You who are young, be happy while you are young, and let your heart give you joy in the days of your youth. Follow the ways of your heart and whatever your eyes see, but know that for all these things God will bring you into judgment." In other words, enjoy your youth, but also live it with purpose and accountability. Now, let's talk about another common trap, being lazy and unproductive with your time. The way you organize your day, how you manage the hours you've been given, plays a significant role in your personal development. Ask yourself, what time do you go to bed? What time do you get up? How is your day structured? What do you do when you come home from work? These questions are not small details to be ignored until it's convenient. They are fundamental to shaping the life you want. If you're a man seeking growth and success, then every part of your day deserves intentional planning. Consider why the most powerful people in the world are so effective at constructing systems and influence, what some call the matrix. It's because every detail of that system has been carefully planned. In the same way, you must examine your daily life, the people you interact with, the environments you allow yourself to be in, and even the type of content you consume. If you are not intentionally planting strong, purposeful thoughts in your mind, you may unknowingly be giving open access to influences that weaken you from within. Laziness is one of the greatest threats to men today. Many of us have powerful ideas and ambitions about our future, about business, or about the kind of life we want to live. But if we do not take action, those dreams remain unrealized. Laziness has a way of creeping in slowly and subtly. It starts small, but if left unchecked, it spreads like a disease, silently eating away your potential. It holds you back from taking necessary steps and keeps you stuck in place. Always remember, brothers, that laziness only wins against the weak. A man of true value and inner strength quickly learns how to identify laziness within himself and correct it before it takes root. Stay vigilant. Watch for signs of idleness in your life and act against it the moment it shows up. Don't forget this. In modern society, weakness has become a celebrated trait. Weakness is praised and promoted, but strength remains your greatest virtue. Pursue strength relentlessly. Find strength in every situation, in every challenge, and most importantly, never forget that your ultimate source of strength is God. Each day is filled with moments that can shape your growth and push you closer to your goals. But it's up to you to seize those moments with intention and courage. Let your pursuit of strength be both physical and mental. Know that building your spiritual and personal foundation will give you the resilience you need to overcome life's trials. We live in a world constantly filled with distractions and persistent worries, making it incredibly easy to slip into the snare of overthinking. Marcus Aurelius, the renowned Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, reminded us of a timeless truth. The power over our minds lies within us. Although we cannot influence external events, we do have complete control over how we respond to them and how we process them internally. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I kindly ask you to support this work by subscribing and liking this video. That simple act helps me continue to create more content like this in the future. Stay with us until the very end, because the final tip in this video about overcoming analysis paralysis will challenge you to deeply reflect on your life so far. Walk with us through this message and discover a truth that could shift the way you see your own journey. The common struggle of having a noisy, restless mind filled with endless thoughts is something we all encounter at some point. The frustration of feeling caught in an infinite loop of mental chatter, paralyzed by indecision, and overwhelmed by constant evaluation. These are burdens many of us carry. The issue with excessive thinking is that it locks us into a continual state of worry, constantly pulling us into the past or launching us forward into future anxieties, preventing us from being fully present. We find ourselves stuck in a mental spiral that blocks clear decision-making and robs us of inner peace. If you're searching for ways to break this exhausting cycle and reclaim your mental space, you're in the right place. Discover how to regulate your emotions and unlock your true inner power with our ebook, The Power of the Mind. Click on the link in the first pinned comment to get your copy today. Let's begin with the first step. Change your perspective toward gratitude. Our minds often lead us astray, pushing us into a maze of over-analysis about what we lack, what might go wrong, or what we have yet to achieve. This endless loop can leave us drained and discontent. Overthinking frequently grows from a mindset focused on what's missing or negative, which overshadows the good already present in our lives. Seneca once said that true happiness lies in embracing the present moment without anxiously waiting for what's to come. This Stoic gem encourages us to shift from a perspective of scarcity to one of abundance. The practice of gratitude invites us to recognize the value in the now, to see the blessings that are already with us, blessings we often overlook when we are preoccupied with worrying about the future. Practicing gratitude draws us out of the ruts in our minds and grounds us in the rich soil of the present, where life truly unfolds. To adopt this shift in focus, start by acknowledging 3 things each day that you are genuinely thankful for. They don't need to be grand. A warm cup of coffee, the soft comfort of your favorite sweater, or a thoughtful message from a friend, all of these qualify. This small, consistent practice helps redirect the mind away from over-analysis and toward appreciation for what is currently in your life. When anchored in gratitude, you begin to quiet the mental noise of excessive thought, while also deepening your appreciation for everyday experiences. Gratitude enhances the positives in life and gradually transforms your inner dialogue from one of lack to one of abundance. Over time, this new way of seeing things can reshape how you approach life's challenges, turning them into occasions to be even more thankful for what is already good in your world. This shift isn't just about feeling better in the present, it's about building a foundation of inner contentment that can carry you through the inevitable highs and lows of life. Next, embrace impermanence and the art of letting go. Let's be honest. Our minds often get stuck in loops, replaying past mistakes or fixating on what might happen next. This mental playground of excessive thought is where ideas become clingy and overstay their welcome. It's a struggle that doesn't discriminate. Whether you're a student stressed over exams, a professional anxious about a big presentation, or simply someone trying to fall asleep while your mind races, the challenge is real. But even in this mental chaos, we can find solace in the wisdom of Epicurus, who once said that a man who fears death will never do anything meaningful while he's alive. Though it might sound intense, at its core, this quote speaks to the essential Stoic idea of impermanence. Everything changes, including those thoughts that seem to have built a permanent home in our heads. Often we treat our thoughts as if they are fixed parts of who we are, as if they are unchangeable. But Stoicism gently reminds us that nothing is truly permanent, not even the thoughts that weigh us down. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means acknowledging that we don't need to hold on so tightly. We can learn to watch thoughts pass like leaves floating down a river or clouds moving through the sky, constantly shifting, never staying the same. Accepting impermanence means understanding that our thoughts come and go. They are not eternal. This realization can be a powerful source of hope, especially when you feel stuck in the depths of overthinking. Embracing impermanence in a practical way means forming the habit of letting go, cleansing the mind of thoughts that no longer serve us. This practice not only offers immediate relief, but also plants a deeper awareness that change is natural and necessary. Incorporating this awareness into your daily routine can radically transform your relationship with your thoughts. The goal isn't to forcibly evict them, but to allow them to leave when their time is up. Letting go isn't weakness, it's strength. It's a bold choice to stop letting unnecessary thoughts take up space in your mind for free. As you become more skilled at this practice, you'll begin to notice a quiet, clear space within you, a peacefulness that has always been there, simply hidden beneath the noise. Embracing impermanence isn't just another tool, it's a shift toward a calmer, more present way of living. And finally, remember to stay with us through the end of this journey. The last insight will invite you to deeply reflect on your life so far and open your heart to a shift that could redefine how you see your path ahead. This realization can offer a sense of relief and hope when you find yourself caught in a web of overthinking. To embrace impermanence in practice is to develop the habit of letting go. It's a form of mental decluttering, a conscious act of releasing the thoughts that no longer serve us. You can begin this process by visualizing a river, imagining each thought as a leaf floating on the surface of the water, gently drifting away. Or perhaps see them as clouds, constantly shifting, forming, and then disappearing. This kind of imagery not only brings immediate calm, but also fosters a deeper understanding. The true nature of thought is transitory. Integrating this practice into your daily life can gradually reshape the way you relate to your thoughts. It's not about forcibly pushing them away, but rather allowing them to pass naturally. Letting go is not a sign of weakness or surrender. It's an act of courage. It shows that you are choosing not to let repetitive, unhelpful thoughts occupy your mental space without permission. As you get better at this, you'll begin to notice a newfound clarity, a peaceful mental space that was always within you, hidden beneath the noise of excessive thinking. Embracing impermanence isn't just a technique, it's a shift toward a more peaceful, grounded way of living in the present moment. Focus on the effort, not on the outcome. Overthinking often stems from the mind's constant dance with the future, its potential results, its risks, and its relentless possibilities for failure and disappointment. This kind of forward projection can freeze us in fear as we become consumed with the what-ifs and the consequences of our actions, rather than focusing on the actions themselves. We live in a world that is heavily result-oriented, where the ends frequently justify the means. This can lead us to believe that if success isn't guaranteed, then the effort isn't worth it. However, a powerful quote from Epicurus offers a clear directive. Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Stoicism teaches us to focus our energy on our intentions and efforts rather than outcomes, because outcomes are often beyond our control. This doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or dreams, but it emphasizes that the true worth lies in how we pursue them, the quality of our efforts, the sincerity of our actions, and the virtue with which we walk our path. Whenever you find yourself caught in the loop of overthinking about possible results, try redirecting your thoughts to the effort itself. Ask yourself, am I giving my best? Am I acting with integrity? Am I staying aligned with my core values? This mindset is all about being present in the process, showing up fully, doing the work, and knowing that's where your responsibility ends. Focusing on effort can liberate us from the burden of over-analyzing. It allows us to live in the moment and give our best without the looming pressure of future uncertainties clouding our experience. This change in mindset transforms every action from being merely a step toward a goal into a reflection of your character and dedication. When you shift your focus in this way, your journey ceases to be just a path to a destination and becomes a meaningful expression of living with purpose, where every step is a success in itself. These three strategies open the door to new insights. They help unlock hidden inner strength, build resilience, and equip you to navigate life's complexities with greater balance and perspective. Take control by redirecting your energy. Have you ever noticed yourself spiraling into a mental storm of what-ifs and worst-case scenarios, repeating the same worries over and over until you're completely drained? It feels like having 100 browser tabs open in your mind, each one blasting a different video at full volume, and there's no way to turn it off. This chaotic mental state is a hallmark of modern life, where the constant pressure to keep up with everything can trap us in a never-ending cycle of overthinking. But just as a cluttered desk needs tidying up, so does a cluttered mind. Redirecting your mental energy isn't just about achieving peace. It's about regaining control and quieting the endless noise of possibilities so you can actually experience the present. Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, expressed this wisdom beautifully when he said that true happiness lies in enjoying the present without anxious dependence on what the future might bring. This timeless advice becomes a guiding principle for regaining control by shifting your focus. Start by anchoring yourself in the present. Choose a single task, no matter how small, and commit your energy fully to completing it. This deliberate change in focus pulls you out of the whirlpool of what might happen and roots you in the only moment that's truly real, right now. The practice is simple, yet deeply impactful. Engage in something that requires your complete attention. It could be as basic as cleaning your workspace or taking a brisk walk. These small acts, when done with full presence, become powerful tools to refocus your mind and reclaim your mental space. These acts are grounded in the present. They don't belong to tomorrow or yesterday. By syncing your thoughts with what you're actively doing, you aren't merely distracting yourself. You're reclaiming control over where your mental energy flows. Remember, Stoicism is not about suppressing your thoughts. It's about learning to manage them. When you consciously choose where to place your mental focus, you're practicing a form of inner discipline. The aim isn't to completely banish overthinking. That would be an unrealistic goal. Instead, the purpose is to notice when your thoughts are no longer serving you and to equip yourself with the tools to gently redirect them. This is much like training a muscle. The more consistently you exercise this redirection, the stronger and more resilient you become. Over time, you'll find that the once overwhelming flood of excessive thoughts can, in fact, be tamed through deliberate action and a grounded presence in the here and now. Picture your overthinking as something external to you, like a force that doesn't originate from your core self, but instead looms in your mind like a thick fog on an otherwise bright and sunny day. It might begin with a single concern or thought, but it quickly expands, spreading across your mental landscape like a sudden storm. In our modern world, we are endlessly bombarded by information, like hail pelting down during that storm, and our minds become flooded with questions like, what if, what now, or what could have been? Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, once said that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. This timeless wisdom introduces a powerful technique for managing overthinking, visualizing it as something outside yourself. This isn't about making your thoughts into enemies, but rather acknowledging that intrusive thoughts are not your essence. They are visitors, temporary and separate from your true identity. Imagine these thoughts as clouds drifting past a majestic mountain. You are that mountain, steadfast and unmoving, while the clouds pass by without changing who you are. How do you protect yourself from these mental intruders? Stoicism encourages us to observe them without becoming emotionally entangled. You might picture these thoughts inside a bubble and watch them float away from you. This mental exercise doesn't just lighten your mental load, it also strengthens your understanding that thoughts are fleeting. They only gain the power to disrupt your peace if you choose to hold on to them and grant them that authority. Practicing this form of visualization builds a mental reflex that helps you release these thoughts before they escalate into emotional storms. As you become more skilled at distinguishing yourself from the chaos of excessive thinking, it gets easier to recognize that you are not merely the sum of your thoughts. This awareness acts like a protective shield, like wearing earplugs in a loud, crowded place. It's a deliberate and continuous effort, one that strengthens with consistent practice. When you find yourself slipping back into overthinking, pause and visualize that thought as nothing more than noise, detached from your core self. Doing this isn't just a way to defend against mental clutter, it's a declaration that you're reclaiming your mental space and your inner peace step by step. Every time you apply this technique, you're enhancing your ability to stay calm and rooted, even amidst internal chaos. It's a reminder that you can find serenity, not by eliminating thoughts, but by changing your relationship with them. Stay connected with us on our Stoic daily accounts on TikTok, YouTube, and other social platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for more wisdom. Another powerful method to manage overthinking is to create a designated worry period. Worrying is part of the human experience. These concerns often linger at the back of our minds, like the constant hum of a refrigerator, sometimes barely noticeable, yet always present. Such worries can hijack your thoughts at any time, when you're trying to work, spending time with friends, or attempting to fall asleep. It feels as though your mind is a stage, and worries are uninvited actors barging in without warning. But let's reflect on this bold insight from Epictetus, the Stoic teacher. If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. At first glance, this may seem unrelated, but it's a courageous call to prioritize your inner peace over the fear of appearing naive or complacent. Creating a worry period is a strategic move. It gives your worries their moment on the stage, but only during a planned encore, not the main performance. Set aside a specific time each day, maybe 20 minutes in the afternoon, when you allow yourself to focus completely on your worries. During this window, dive into those concerns, examine them, trace their roots, write down what's truly bothering you. Ask yourself, how likely are these scenarios? What actions can I take, if any? This focused session often reveals that many of your fears are like shadows, large in appearance but lacking substance. By confronting them intentionally, you strip them of their power. They lose the ability to lurk in the background, stealing your peace when you least expect it. Practicing this technique doesn't mean you give in to worry. It means you take control of when and how it enters your life. And with each passing day, as you consciously engage with your thoughts rather than letting them run rampant, you become more capable of navigating life with clarity, strength, and calm. Engaging in this deliberate practice helps train your mind to understand that there is a designated moment to worry, and that moment is not supposed to span across your entire day. When the set time for worrying is over, you move on with your day. You've acknowledged your concerns, given them a space to breathe, and now it's time to let them go. By compartmentalizing your worries this way, you reclaim control over your time and energy. The aim is not to eliminate worry altogether, that would be an unrealistic goal, but to contain it, thus minimizing its influence over your daily life. This method is like tidying up your mental space. It's about organizing your thoughts, placing each one where it belongs, and enjoying the serenity that comes with a clutter-free inner world. Often, you'll find that these concerns lose their intensity once they're not allowed to wander unchecked. Life begins to feel a bit lighter, a bit more bearable, and even more enjoyable. When overwhelmed by a storm of thoughts, break them down into manageable actions. Overwhelming thoughts can hit like an emotional avalanche, making us feel as if we're carrying the weight of a boulder on our backs. Our problems seem to carry the weight of the world, and we find ourselves buried under the thick fog of our own minds. This experience isn't unique to you. It's a shared part of being human, and it's intensified by the modern world's constant demands to excel in every area: work, relationships, personal development, and social image. This relentless pressure can leave us paralyzed by fear and indecision. But there's a way through. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, once said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This profound idea serves as the foundation for a vital technique, converting overwhelming thoughts into clear, actionable steps. When your mind is entangled with a massive worry or a complicated issue, don't try to solve it all at once. Instead, break it into smaller, doable tasks. Ask yourself, what is the next step I can take? Not the 10th, not the 5th, just the very next one. It might seem minor, but it's incredibly effective. By focusing on this one step, you redirect your energy from anxiety into productive motion. It's like working out a huge knot, loosening it strand by strand. This doesn't mean ignoring the complexity of your problems. It means tackling them with purpose, precision, and patience. Every small action builds momentum, and as you move forward, you'll look back and realize that what once felt like an immovable boulder is now just a collection of small pebbles. You've progressed, one step at a time. This approach cultivates patience, endurance, and faith in your ability to deal with difficulties. What once seemed impossible becomes something you've already moved past. Overthinking transforms into clarity and a sense of accomplishment. Sometimes, the key to escaping the maze of overthinking lies beyond yourself. Seeking wisdom outside your own mind is essential when you feel trapped in an endless spiral of thoughts. Often, our minds become so tangled that every attempt to think our way out only deepens the confusion. We try to solve the puzzle with the very thoughts that caused the problem, only to find ourselves stuck in a loop. This is the true essence of overthinking, a mental cycle that begins and ends within your own thought patterns, rarely offering clarity or escape. A wise man once gave his friend powerful advice. In all things, especially when they concern your own issues, seek counsel from others, because your own self-love can cloud your judgment. Simple yet profound, this insight reminds us that outside perspectives can serve as a guiding light through the murky waters of mental chaos. Stoicism encourages us to look beyond ourselves when we're caught in the loop of excessive thought. That insight might come from a trusted friend with a fresh perspective, a mentor offering experienced guidance, or even the timeless wisdom found in great books. In today's world, applying this principle is more important than ever. Reach out to those you trust and respect. It might be someone in your personal circle or a professional who can help you navigate your challenges. Sharing your thoughts not only clarifies them as you speak, but also invites constructive feedback, insights you might miss when lost in your mental storm. This approach offers more than just practical advice. It reminds us of the value of human connection. When we share our burdens, they often feel lighter. This isn't a sign of weakness. It's a recognition of the collective strength we have as social beings. Seeking wisdom outside yourself honors the truth that while we think alone, we grow and heal together. This is not about helplessness. It's about recognizing that collective wisdom and support have real power. Let the insight of others be the light that leads you out of the dense fog of excessive thoughts. With each genuine conversation, the mental puzzle begins to feel less complicated, not necessarily because the problems have changed, but because you are no longer burdened by them alone. In the presence of connection and shared understanding, even the most complex issues become more manageable. Together, solutions emerge, answers that might have remained hidden if you tried to face everything in solitude. When you embrace the support of others, you unlock a source of strength that allows you to confront intricate challenges with new perspective and resilience. It is in this unity that you often find clarity, guidance, and the courage to keep going. Practicing voluntary discomfort is a powerful method for breaking free from the loop of overthinking that often traps us. When we are confronted with uncomfortable changes or uncertainties, our minds tend to spin endless scenarios, attempting to predict every outcome and prepare for every possible unease. This relentless mental rehearsal can drain us, keeping us stuck within the perceived safety of our comfort zone, a zone that becomes a kind of mental prison where personal growth halts and anxiety grows stronger. But intentionally choosing to face discomfort helps train the mind to handle uncertainty and lessen the grip of over-analysis. This isn't about suffering for its own sake. It's about growth through small, deliberate actions that stretch you beyond your usual routines. Start with something simple. Take a cold shower, go to sleep without your pillow, or choose to walk instead of drive. These minor disruptions challenge the automatic patterns of your daily life, teaching you to sit with discomfort and observe what it reveals, without judgment or panic. It's essential to remember that this is not a punishment. Rather, it's a way of showing your overactive mind that discomfort isn't as dangerous as it seems. In fact, it becomes familiar with repeated exposure, and your mind begins to relax. You respond more calmly to change, focusing not on what is beyond your control, but on your own reactions and mindset. Voluntary discomfort has a paradoxical power. It strengthens you by teaching you resilience in the face of unpredictability. Over time, this practice develops an unshakable inner strength, a stable core that doesn't crumble with the natural ups and downs of life. You become more capable of handling difficulties, more accepting of uncertainty, and more at peace amid chaos. Eventually, this habit brings you a deep sense of confidence and emotional strength, touching every part of your life. When you find yourself caught in a storm of excessive thoughts, it often means you've become too focused on the fine details of life. The broader perspective gets lost, and your thoughts start spiraling into, "What if this happens?" or "What if that fails?" Each question pulling you deeper into mental overload. Even small issues can start to feel enormous and suffocating. Seneca once reminded us that life is not short because we lack time, but because we squander it. This reflection pushes us to think deeply about the fleeting nature of life. Every moment spent in overthinking is a moment we are not fully living. It becomes a missed opportunity to experience the richness of life, to be present, to grow, and to engage with the world as it is. Stoic wisdom encourages us to pause and reflect. Will these worries matter in the bigger picture of your life? Will they hold any real weight as time passes? Often the answer is no. That realization can be incredibly freeing. It invites us to take a step back and view our lives as a whole, to see how many of our current fears and doubts are temporary and, in the grand scheme, often insignificant. When you're overwhelmed by your thoughts, take a moment to breathe and remember, life is brief. Ask yourself whether this mental storm is truly worth the limited time you have. Reflecting on the impermanence of life doesn't lead to gloom, it leads to gratitude. It helps you realign your focus toward what really matters, living with intention, cherishing the present, and letting go of what doesn't serve your peace. This shift in mindset is a powerful remedy for overthinking. It gently pulls your attention back to the here and now, reminding you to experience life fully. When you see life as a temporary canvas, not a permanent fixture, you start to paint it with bold colors, with joy, with presence, and with purpose. You're exhausted from dealing with problems that feel overwhelming. What you truly desire are straightforward, effective ways to handle 93% of the challenges that confront you every day. In this video, we'll introduce you to a powerful set of transformative phrases that can empower you to face any difficulty with courage and clarity. These inspiring statements are designed to give you the mental boost you need to navigate adversity with strength, make wiser decisions, and gain greater mental clarity. I encourage you to stay with us until the very end, because that's where you'll find some of the most valuable insights, lessons that can fortify your plans and help you stand strong no matter what life throws at you. If this is your first time visiting the channel, I kindly ask you to support us by subscribing and liking the video. Your support helps me continue sharing more content like this, rooted in the art of facing life's challenges with calm, learning how to live in harmony with nature, and cultivating virtues that elevate our inner lives day by day. Every teaching shared here takes you on a deeper journey of self-awareness and personal evolution. Discover the timeless wisdom of Stoic philosophy and learn how to apply it meaningfully in the modern world. If you want to dive deeper, check out our ebook, Stoic Mindset, a guide to contemporary life. The link is available in the first pinned comment. Each insight gives us the chance to awaken a higher consciousness about ourselves and the world around us, pushing us to rise above the mundane and strive toward a richer, more purposeful life. Let's begin with a truth. Being honest won't win you a crowd, but it will connect you with the right people. Don't waste your time worrying about what others think. Most people are only focused on themselves anyway. Every second you spend comparing your life with someone else's is a moment lost forever. Let go of emotional attachment. People don't always change. Even your closest friends can become strangers over time. Find contentment within yourself. If your happiness depends on someone else's presence, then you're placing your strength in something fragile. Share your growth. Set your own goals. That way, motivation will follow naturally. Don't be afraid of solitude. Being alone with yourself is far more rewarding than surrounding yourself with mediocrity. Often those who expect the most from you are the ones who give the least in return. Take your responsibilities seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously. Fear isn't your enemy. It simply reveals what truly matters to you. Never make lasting decisions while you're trapped in temporary emotions. If you place someone on a pedestal, they'll only be able to look down on you. People offer advice based on their limited viewpoint. You don't have to voice every thought you have. And don't do anything you'll need to lie about later. Light travels faster than sound. This is why some people appear intelligent until they start talking. Stop chasing happiness outside yourself. It has always been within you. You owe nothing to your past self, but you owe everything to who you are right now. Self-care begins when you realize that you are your own greatest hurdle. Your parents may not have had academic credentials, but that doesn't mean their advice lacked wisdom. Stop rejecting their guidance with pride. Move through life with quiet confidence. Don't overthink. It complicates situations, heightens worry, and makes things worse than they actually are. Before letting anger control you, ask yourself if what's upsetting you will matter in 10 years. Your body is the only one you'll ever have. It's incredibly strong, but it can only return what you give to it. If someone makes a big show of telling the truth, you can bet they're not being honest. Your power lies in what you choose to do with your time. You'll never mess up your role in life by being authentic. Don't compare your behind the scenes to someone else's highlight reel. Missing someone doesn't mean you need to bring them back into your life. Sometimes missing them is just part of letting them go. You may first be drawn to a partner's appearance, but one day you'll realize it's their character that shapes the life you share, especially the kind of children you raise. You can't have everything. Life requires sacrifice. To find out who your true friends are, pay attention to who speaks positively about you behind your back, and truthfully, to your face. Letting go is incredibly hard, but it's also one of the most liberating things you'll ever do. The more you confront fear and collect victories over it, the more fearless you'll become. Don't make someone your priority if they treat you as an afterthought. If you try to be everyone's friend, you'll end up betraying yourself. You were born with 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them accordingly. The most powerful truth you must embrace is change. You don't live just once. You live many lives within this one lifetime. Life becomes more beautiful and fulfilling when you learn to see the good in others. You can cut down all the flowers, but you can't stop spring from coming. Let people's actions speak louder than their words. They will always show you more through what they do than what they say. Everything you do connects to something else. Those dots will one day form a pattern that gives you understanding and direction. Commitment gets you started. Consistency moves you forward, and persistence ensures you don't stop. You can fall in love more than once. So don't fall apart when someone leaves. Sometimes, that's life's way of making space for something better. If someone tries to bring you down, it's a sign you're above them. Don't make promises you don't intend to keep. What means little to you might mean everything to someone else. Going back to an ex is like showering and then putting on your old, dirty clothes. Keep your mind open and act like an artist, but learn and adapt like a scientist. Your purpose isn't something you find in a distant place. You create it right where you are by pouring meaning into your present life. Everything can change in a single moment, so rather than coasting through life, appreciate every moment and do as much good with it as you can. You become truly rich, not through possessions, but through meaningful experiences. Don't overthink. Act. Clarity is born from movement, not endless contemplation. You can't think your way into a new life. You must live your way into it. Your life reflects your mindset. Chasing happiness leads to disappointment until you realize that happiness is the path, not the destination. All you have is now. What you do with it matters. Be wise enough to ask for guidance, but even wiser in choosing who you ask. If you want to leave something behind, let it be your ego. Gratitude transforms the way you see the world. The more grateful you are, the more beauty you'll notice, the more generous life becomes, and the happier you'll feel. You may not forget all the painful moments, but eventually you'll stop letting them trouble you. Until that day comes, don't stress over them too much. Success isn't about having all the resources. It's about how creative and resourceful you are with what you have. Fear dictates most people's lives and creeps into their decisions. Learn to conquer it, manage it, and celebrate your strength every time you overcome it. You can't reach new shores without leaving the safety of the shore. It's never too late to pursue the things that matter most to you. Don't let pessimistic voices discourage you. Most of the time, they're reflecting their own limitations, not yours. Whether you or someone else caused a situation, don't dwell in anger. Meet the challenge. Others will always project their own fears and doubts onto you, so build mental armor to protect yourself from their noise. Never share your past with those who can't understand it. It holds meaning only you truly grasp, and some people might misuse it. Your future can be completely different from your present if you take action. But if you keep crying about what's not working today, tomorrow will be no different. Sometimes life forces you to confront your identity. But if you never stop to reflect, you may never discover who you truly are. Life won't go as planned, and that's not just okay. It's often the best thing that can happen. I remember sitting alone, feeling like I had completely hit rock bottom. But it was in that dark moment that I crossed paths with people who shared powerful lessons with me, lessons that helped me rise again. And perhaps these same lessons are what your heart needs right now. People aren't necessarily for you or against you, they're simply for themselves. What lies ahead is often better than what's already behind you. Sometimes you have to walk away, let go of certain people, and allow relationships to come to their natural end. Your real friends? They show up when you're at your lowest. The only way out of pain is through it. And believe me, you're much stronger than you give yourself credit for. You've made it through every hard day you've ever faced, undefeated. No one will ever take care of you the way you can take care of yourself. Once you confront your fears, you'll see they were never as terrifying as you imagined. Challenges will arise. Miracles will too. If you believe you can, you're already halfway there. Not every person you meet will have pure intentions. On the days when motivation escapes you, those are often the days you need to push yourself the most. The only things truly within your control are your thoughts, actions, and emotions. Trying to change others rarely works. Difficult experiences often mold ordinary people into extraordinary versions of themselves. The future belongs to those who hold on to the beauty of their dreams. Sometimes the only way to discover your true path is to let the winds of change carry you. Never stifle your own growth for the sake of anyone else. Pain is a part of life, but suffering is something we choose. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and far wiser than you know. Trust yourself. You've survived so much already, and you will survive whatever comes next. Often, we don't realize how strong we are until being strong is our only option. Change isn't something to fear. It's an invitation to really live. Whether we grow stronger or more miserable, both require effort. So choose the effort that uplifts you. Set expectations only for yourself. Life doesn't always play fair. Sometimes liars and cheaters seem to get ahead, but even when it all looks hopeless, keep fighting, keep hoping, keep wishing. Change doesn't happen by chance. It happens by making new decisions and putting in the hard work. Honesty is a rare and valuable gift. Don't expect it from people who treat life cheaply. When your patience is rewarded, you'll look back and realize the wait wasn't long at all. You must learn to love yourself before you can truly love others. When pain comes, it's there to teach, not to torment you pointlessly. Wisdom often stems from experience, and experience often comes from making poor choices. Don't allow your past memories to confine your future potential. The only limits in life are the ones we believe in our minds. Rather than wishing obstacles away, we need to face them with courage. Letting go isn't a one-time decision. It's a daily practice. The hardest roads often lead to the most beautiful destinations. Eventually, you'll reach a point where you'll need to either turn the page, write a new story, or close the book completely. When you emerge from a storm, you won't be the same person who walked into it. Courage is the foundation of all virtues. Without it, you can't consistently practice any other. Most people will disappoint you the first chance they get. It's not falling into the water that drowns you, it's staying there. There is only one risk in life that should truly terrify you: the risk of doing nothing. Every new chapter in your life will demand a new version of you. Take the first step with faith. You don't need to see the whole staircase, just trust in the next step. Don't let anyone convince you that you don't deserve what you want. Life's biggest danger is in being too cautious. The most crucial lesson: learning how to push through bad days so that better ones can be built. Let your self-improvement consume you so much that you have no time to criticize others. Many people unnecessarily complicate their lives, as if life isn't already complicated enough. One of the hardest lessons is accepting that not everyone wants what's best for you. True happiness doesn't come from having no problems. It comes from learning how to manage them. Sometimes we must experience absolute despair before we can truly feel overwhelming joy. Hard times are often hidden blessings, even though they bring suffering. But eventually, they make us wiser and stronger. Running through imagined scenarios in your mind is futile. Reality will always be different. People will enter and leave your life, and often, those you thought would stay forever become fleeting memories. Healing happens at the pace of your forgiveness. A little madness helps us enjoy life, while a little wisdom helps us avoid mistakes that could make it harder. Tough times don't create heroes. They reveal the hero already inside of you. Happiness isn't the absence of difficulty, it's the resilience to face it. The most courageous thing any of us can do is to step out of our old stories and into the lives we were meant to live. Nothing will ever change for you unless you change. You may think you know someone, but often you only know the version you want to believe in. It takes time, but eventually you learn. Life doesn't give you anything without expecting something in return. Instead of wasting energy on what you can't control, focus on what you can build. Maturity is when you stop blaming, stop making excuses, and start making real changes. You won't always understand everything right away, and sometimes it's the goodbyes that set you free. The person you're meant to become is the one you choose to be. When you have a clear purpose, no one needs to push you. Your passion will drive you forward. Life changes for the better when you accept that you don't need all the answers, and you can drop the act of pretending you do. Knowing you are the reason behind someone's smile, or the reason someone believes in love again, that's everything. It's never too late to reinvent yourself. Some actions, no matter how persistent, bring bitter results. Sometimes you have to release parts of yourself in order to feel whole. Obstacles aren't dead ends. If you hit a wall, find a way to climb it, break through it, or walk around it. You might not always get what you want, but if you try, you just might get what you need. The first step to progress is deciding that you can't stay where you are. One of life's toughest lessons is knowing which bridges to cross and which to burn. Pay attention. Life sends you lessons when you're ready to receive them. Facing your emotions brings lasting peace, far more than suppressing them ever will. If you believe in something deeply, protect it. Be mindful of your thoughts when you're alone, and of your words when you're with others. If you don't live your life, someone else will try to live it for you. Be thankful for what you already have while pursuing what you want. If life teaches us anything, it's that wishing alone won't make something real. Sometimes you won't fit in, no matter how hard you try, and that's okay. Being alone is better than being somewhere you don't belong. Every journey has a final chapter. Don't rush. When one door closes, another opens. But if you stare too long at the closed one, you'll miss the one already open for you. Trust your instincts, even when everyone else is trying to change your mind. Never take people for granted. You never know how much they mean to you until they're gone. Never walk away from a real challenge. It's in those moments that life teaches you its most powerful lessons. You are the only one who can be both your biggest ally and your worst enemy. And that choice is yours. You can't control how others behave, but you can always control how you respond. Don't cry because something ended. Smile because it happened. Sometimes losing everything is what helps you discover who you truly are. People grow through experience if they're open to learning from their mistakes. Difficult moments show us that we're far more resilient than we imagined. Speak up for yourself. No one else will do it for you. And as much as you may want to help others grow, you can't force it. Eventually, a day will come when you realize it's time to stop trying and simply let go. There is no grand design, only the outcomes of your decisions. Be cautious even with your good intentions, for kindness has its limits, and some may exploit your generosity. You can choose to be a victim of your struggles, or you can rise above them and become the hero of your own life. The most valuable thing in this world is the time you share with those you love. Yet we often overlook that happiness doesn't stem from acquiring what we lack, but from recognizing and cherishing what we already have. Your future is simply your past that you've come to understand. You must be the one to help yourself. No one else can do it for you. Once you realize this truth, you will begin to feel a greater sense of control over your life. Worrying changes nothing about what's to come, and the quality of your thoughts is what determines the happiness in your life. To me, there is no better indicator of a sound and well-organized mind than a person's ability to pause and be content in their own company. The strongest defense against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another. I only speak when I'm certain that silence would not be a better option. All Hellenistic schools of philosophy, though differing in details, seem to define wisdom similarly, as the attainment of a tranquil and peaceful state of mind. From this perspective, philosophy serves as a healing agent for the human soul, addressing the fear and sorrow that plague us. For cynics, the burden lies in societal norms and restrictions. For Epicureans, it's the pursuit of false pleasures. For Stoics, it's the chase after selfish desires. And for skeptics, it's the reliance on mistaken beliefs. Even if each philosophy claims roots in Socratic thought, they all agree with Socrates that humanity is entrenched in misery and confusion, not because of external evils, but due to ignorance. Evil is not found in things themselves, but in the judgments we make about them. Healing comes only when individuals are persuaded to transform these value judgments. That is why all these philosophical paths aim to be therapeutic. Simplicity, patience, and compassion, these are your greatest treasures. When your actions and thoughts are rooted in simplicity, you return to your essential nature. When you're patient with both friends and foes, you adapt to reality. When you're compassionate with yourself, you reconnect with all life. What harms the hive cannot benefit the bees. Therefore, living justly in your own actions means acting in ways that serve the common good. This is what it means to fulfill your true purpose. Most people are not concerned with living nobly, but with living long, even though every person has the power to live with virtue, while no one has the power to extend life indefinitely. Just like a runner must give their best to win the race, it is wrong to trip a fellow competitor. Similarly, in life, it's acceptable to seek personal benefit, but it's unjust to take it from someone else. To be human is to struggle with injustice, cruelty, and indifference. Virtue, on the other hand, is expressed through love, kindness, justice, charity, and a genuine concern for others. Whether in exile or at home, the brave face adversity without fear. That's why they possess the courage to speak their minds freely, regardless of where they are. True philosophy doesn't promise to secure anything external, because doing so would acknowledge a force beyond one's control. Just as a carpenter works with wood and a sculptor with bronze, the raw material of life is the very life each person is given. We are all bound by fortune, some with golden chains that are long and polished, others with short, rusted ones. Yet the nature of the prison remains the same. Even those who have imprisoned others are themselves imprisoned. Don't think that a chain on the left is any lighter. Honor, wealth, and nobility bind some, while humility weighs on others. Some are held by outside forces, while others are enslaved by their own inner tyrants. All lives contain an element of bondage. The key is to become accustomed to your circumstances and complain as little as possible. Find and hold on to the good that is close at hand. Nothing is so bitter that a peaceful mind cannot find comfort in it. Small, cleverly arranged spaces have served many needs. Likewise, a limited situation can become bearable, even fulfilling, through thoughtful arrangement and skillful adjustment. Apply reason to your difficulties. Tight boundaries can be expanded and heavy burdens lightened if carried wisely. If you've given into anger, understand that beyond the harm it causes, it also strengthens a damaging habit and feeds the fire. If you surrender to physical temptation, you haven't just suffered a lapse, you've reinforced destructive behaviors. Just as a person recovering from fever remains weakened even after recovery, so too does the mind retain marks from harmful choices. Unless healing is thorough, repeated failures will leave wounds, not just blisters. If someone tells you that another has spoken ill of you, don't rush to defend yourself. Instead say, "They didn't know the rest of my flaws, otherwise they'd have mentioned more." A good person doesn't act for appearances, but because it is right. Live each day as if it were your last. Learn as if you were to live forever. Only a fool insists on learning from their own mistakes, while the wise learn from the mistakes of others. When you light a lamp for another, it also lights your own path. If you can do what you love and find joy in it, you're already far ahead. When your work speaks for itself, it doesn't need to interrupt or seek validation. Progress lives just beyond the boundaries of comfort. I've realized that while words about your suffering may cause pain, silence from those who care can wound even deeper. An arrogant person always looks down on others and, in doing so, fails to appreciate anything above them. If it's not proper, don't do it. If it isn't true, don't say it. Master your impulses. Cruel words may sting, but silence can break the heart. A wise person controls their emotions in 3 situations: in the face of ignorance, during personal victories, and in times of deep disappointment. We often admire most what we least understand. If you want others to think well of you, resist the urge to speak well of yourself. Distraction comforts us during suffering, yet ironically, it is often the cause of our greatest misfortunes. To understand life, one must dream, because something far greater lies ahead than anything we leave behind. Each morning, we are born anew. What matters most is what we do today. Do not seek refuge in others. Even when you choose to speak, ask yourself, is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? No one can save us but ourselves. No one may and no one can. We must walk the path on our own. The secret to physical and mental well-being lies not in regretting the past or fearing the future, but in living wisely and earnestly in the present. Just as a jar is filled drop by drop, the wise fill themselves with goodness, little by little. There is nothing as unruly as an undisciplined mind, and nothing as obedient as one that is trained. If you find no one to support you on your spiritual path, then walk it alone. Peace comes from within. Do not seek it outside yourself. Show compassion to all beings, both rich and poor, for each person carries suffering. Some carry too much, others too little. If your compassion doesn't include yourself, it's incomplete. Hatred does not end with more hatred. It ends through love. That is the timeless truth. Nothing causes us more harm than our own unchecked thoughts. Look to the sky. There is no true east or west. These are boundaries created by people, not nature. These boundaries are inventions of the human mind, constructed, believed, and clung to as reality. If we turn our backs on others in their time of need, who will be there for us in ours? It is a generous spirit, gentle words, and a life devoted to service and empathy that revitalize the human soul. We accumulate knowledge by adding things daily, but wisdom is gained through subtraction, by removing the unnecessary each day. Those with true understanding often remain silent. Those who constantly speak often lack understanding. Quiet your speech, shut off distractions, dull your sharpness, loosen the binds within, soften your gaze, settle the unrest in your heart. This is how you return to your original nature. That which flows with the Tao cannot be grasped, taken, harmed, or glorified. It simply gives continuously and thus endures. All you must do is rest in non-action, and transformation will unfold on its own. Abandon the idea of self as fixed form. Spit out what binds your senses. Forget the illusion of separateness from the world around you, and you may begin to merge with the vast unity that holds everything. The boundless, the infinite, is found in surrender. An idea that is nurtured and carried out has more power than one that merely stays as thought. When you came into this world, you cried and the world smiled. Live your life so that when you depart, you smile and the world mourns your absence. In time, you may look back and find the years of hardship to be the most beautiful. Wherever fear exists, that is where your purpose lies. Those who are most difficult to love are often the ones who need it most. If your heart can dream it, then your hands can work toward it. Don't seek validation except from your own sense of striving to do better. It is wiser to remain silent and seem foolish than to speak and confirm it. Success is not the final destination. Failure is not the end. It is the courage to continue that truly matters. Time is sufficient for anyone who knows how to use it wisely. The act of thinking is perhaps the most challenging thing of all. Maybe that's why so few are willing to do it. Do what you can, with what you have, exactly where you are. We tend to love ourselves more than others, yet we often value the opinions of others more than our own. Let us stand up and be thankful. Even if we didn't learn much, we learned something. And if we didn't learn, at least we weren't ill. And if we were sick, at least we didn't die. So let us be grateful. Who we are is shaped by what we think. We are rooted in our thoughts, and our lives are molded by them. When a person speaks or acts with ill intent, suffering follows close behind, just like the wheel follows the hoof of the beast that pulls the cart. When one speaks or acts from kindness, joy follows like a faithful shadow. Holding on to anger is like gripping a burning coal with the intention of throwing it at someone else. Only you get burned. A single moment can change an entire day. A single day can transform a life, and a life can leave a mark on the world. Be present wherever you are, or else you will miss the essence of living. Kindness should be a natural part of our existence, not an occasional exception. Anyone who can anger you has in that moment become your master, for you've allowed yourself to be disturbed by them. Nothing is out of reach for those who persist. Time crawls when you chase it and races when it chases you. A goal without a plan is just a dream. The future approaches slowly, the present rushes past, and the past stands still. The highest human endeavor is to understand, because true understanding is liberation. Write your sorrows in the sand, where the winds of time can erase them. Etch your joys in stone, where they remain unshaken. Don't postpone today's actions to tomorrow. Love others as you love yourself. Don't measure your greatness by the length of your shadow at sunset. Never interrupt your adversary when they are in the midst of error. To be a friend to everyone often means to be a true friend to no one. Even a broken promise can be more meaningful than silence. Both the optimist and the pessimist have their place. The optimist invented the airplane, the pessimist the parachute. A woman's intuition may often outmatch a man's certainty. Ignorance is the root and trunk of all suffering. He who isn't content with little will never find peace with more. Shadows appear on sunny days and vanish when the skies are grey. Search for them, and you will not find them. Understanding a question is already half of the answer. What we know is a single drop. What we don't know is an ocean. Become the change you want to see in the world. Perfection isn't reached when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. Simplicity is a sign of maturity. He who controls the past holds sway over the future. He who controls the present rewrites the past. Feign weakness when strong, and strength when weak. Time, like money, must be spent wisely. If you want to forget something, just remind yourself it must be remembered. Ironically, that's the surest way to forget. At some point, everyone must face the banquet of consequences. The value of a gift lies not in what is given, but in the intention behind it. In what we fear, we act like mortals. In what we desire, we act like we'll live forever. If a man doesn't know where he is sailing, no wind will be favorable. We live as though we have endless days ahead, rarely acknowledging our frailty. We squander time as if we have unlimited reserves. though any day we devote to something could very well be our last. The soul reflects the color of its thoughts. We often carry resentment and disappointment with the world around us, its people, its history, its systems. But the world simply is, not how we wish it to be, but as it exists. When we resist this reality and impose our expectations on it, we encounter internal friction, and from this, suffering is born. The greater the gap between our reality and our expectations, the greater the tension we experience. Learn to accept life, to embrace fate and all that it offers. This is the Stoic principle of amor fati, to love one's fate. After all, it is destiny that grants us the gift of life and experience. Attachment is the root of suffering. Your purpose is to discover your own path and then give yourself to it completely. No fire burns hotter than passion. No predator is more dangerous than hatred. No trap is as binding as ignorance. No flood is as destructive as greed. Do not dwell on the past. Do not chase dreams of the future. Keep your mind grounded in the present, and joy will never be far away. Gratitude is the gateway to contentment. Beneath it all, you are simply a part of the very fabric of existence. I've come to understand that both the past and the future are illusions, constructs that only exist in the now. The present is all there is. You are the universe, observing and experiencing itself. The only way to navigate change is to flow with it, to become one with it, to dance with it. The scholar accumulates knowledge daily, but the one who seeks awakening unlearns something every day. The hermit knows, if you retreat into the silence of nature, far from distraction, you will discover your deep connection with everything that is. If my awareness of the past and future reduces my awareness of the now, then I must question whether I'm truly alive in the real world. Meditation teaches that the essence of life is always available in the present moment. The only wisdom you'll find at the top of the mountain is the wisdom you brought with you. Cloudy waters settle best when left undisturbed. Every intelligent person seeks to understand what drives them, yet we're all mystified by how hard it is to truly know ourselves. When questions remain forever unanswerable, we must suspect that they were wrongly asked. You'll be less anxious once you stop fearing anxiety. The same is true for guilt. If your goal is only to make money, you'll waste your life doing things you dislike, just to continue doing more things you dislike. That is a senseless way to live. When you try to control another, you simultaneously give that person power over you. Things are simply as they are. When we look into the night sky, we do not criticize stars for being misplaced. We do not judge constellations for being disordered. Philosophy arises not from cosmic order, but from humanity's restless curiosity about existence. It is the product of our yearning to understand life through the lens of reason. Yet, the concept of amor fati, the love of fate, is often misunderstood. Many confuse it with passive surrender, believing it means accepting the world's evils without resistance, silently tolerating the injustices around us. But this misrepresents the essence of Stoic wisdom. To accept reality is not to submit to it. Rather, it is to train ourselves to see the world clearly, free from personal bias or illusion. Acceptance is not passivity. It is the cultivated ability to see things as they are, not as we wish them to be. When we learn to observe life without the haze of our own prejudices and expectations, we begin to grasp the truth of our circumstances. This clarity enables us to discern what lies within our control and what does not. Armed with that understanding, we can direct our will where it matters, first inwardly to shape our character, and then outwardly to influence the world if and when it is possible to do so for the better. If you truly wish to free yourself from the burdens that trouble you, you don't need to be in a different place. You need to become a different person. Genuine contentment lies in embracing the present moment, unburdened by anxious dependence on what may come. Rather than being carried away by hope or crippled by fear, we must learn to be satisfied with what we already have. That suffices. The one who lives this way desires nothing more. The deepest treasures of humanity are not external. They are found within and are within reach. A wise person accepts their fate, whatever form it takes, and asks for nothing beyond it. What then is a happy life? It is a state of mental freedom, a mind that is unshaken by fear or temptation, elevated in thought and firm in purpose. It is a mind that regards virtue as the only true good, and cowardice or corruption as the only real evil. All else, fortune, fame, material gain, is merely the shifting dust of existence. They may come and go, but they neither add to nor take away from a man's happiness. A willing spirit is always accompanied by an enduring joy, a joy born not of possessions or achievements, but from a deep harmony within, an appreciation for one's own character, and a desire for nothing beyond that. When someone wrongs you, pause and reflect on what beliefs or values led them to act as they did. If their understanding of good and evil resembles yours, then you'll find it easy to forgive, for you might have acted similarly in their place. If their moral framework differs greatly from yours, it becomes even easier to show compassion, recognizing their confusion and ignorance. In this light, offenses lose their sting. Wealth isn't about amassing possessions. True richness is found in having few desires. Don't preach your beliefs before living them. Decide first who you wish to become. Then let your actions follow that intention. If someone can provoke your anger, they've gained power over you, but only because you granted it. No one can disturb your peace unless you allow them to. There's only one sure path to happiness. Stop worrying about what lies outside your control. If something external distresses you, remember, it's not the thing itself that causes pain, but your judgment of it. And you always have the power to change that judgment. The greatest obstacle to fully living is our fixation on tomorrow. We spend our days waiting for life to begin while it passes us by. We fret over the whims of destiny and neglect what we can actually influence. Instead of wasting energy on what lies beyond us, direct your attention toward your present purpose. The future is uncertain. Life is now. Circumstances do not create a person. They reveal them. Don't hope for life to bend to your wishes. Instead, learn to welcome whatever unfolds, and you will find peace. If you want to rid yourself of anger, starve it of attention. Don't nurture the habit. Catch it in its infancy. Remain silent at first, and keep count of the days you go without losing your temper. Perhaps you'll begin by enduring 1 day, then 2, then 3. And if you reach 30, offer thanks to the divine. When rising from bed feels like a burden, remind yourself, you were born for this. You were made to fulfill your purpose, not to lounge under blankets and hide from duty. We fail to realize how little we truly need until we give up the excess. We often hold on to things not because they're necessary, but because we've grown accustomed to them. The words of philosophers, the ones we quote and admire, shouldn't remain on the page. They're meant to be lived. Seek out what's practical, what inspires and uplifts. Avoid what is unnecessarily ornate or archaic. Let the words you study become actions. What's most disheartening is seeing those who teach philosophy as if it were a trade, but live in contradiction to its principles. It doesn't matter what suffering you face, but how you endure it. You could leave this life at any moment. Let that fact guide everything you do, say, and think. Life, at its core, is this: separating what is within our control from what is not, so we can focus our energy wisely. Good and evil do not reside in external things, but in our own choices. That is where power lies. True happiness is found in the present, without obsessively clinging to what may or may not happen. Be content with what is. He who is satisfied in this way lacks nothing. Don't wish for events to unfold as you desire. Instead, desire that they unfold exactly as they do. That shift will bring serenity. Taoism teaches us the art of being present, rooted in the moment. Within us lies the divine, nature, and the bridge between yesterday and tomorrow. The present is infinite in motion, the sacred space of transformation. To live wisely is to adapt. Be at peace with what you have. Rejoice in what is. When you see that nothing is missing, you realize the entire world is yours. No one can possess all they want, but everyone can choose not to crave what they lack and find joy in what they already hold. Earn the respect of others by first respecting yourself. Don't expect goodness from others if you haven't cultivated it in yourself. One of humanity's greatest realizations is this: we can change our lives simply by changing our attitudes. Excellence is never an accident. It results from deliberate intent, honest effort, and intelligent execution. It is born from choosing wisely among many options. We often fear what we hear more than what we experience. Much of our suffering lives in imagination, not reality. To master the world, you must first master yourself. Don't be swept away by external events. If you truly understand this, strength will rise within you. If something isn't right, don't do it. If it isn't true, don't say it. Live with such integrity that even your enemy could know your life story without giving you cause for shame. Awakening to who you are demands letting go of who you imagined yourself to be. A person of virtue must care more about what is right than about what others think. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Let us listen more and speak less. The obstacle to action becomes the path of progress. What stands in your way becomes your way. Don't promise twice what you can achieve once. If you've made a mistake and failed to correct it, that's a second mistake. The one who has a purpose can endure almost anything. Remember that everything in existence has always followed the same patterns, endlessly repeating. And it makes no difference whether you witness these patterns play out again in 100 years, 200 years, or across infinite time. Whether someone lives a long life or dies young, they both ultimately lose the same thing, the present moment. That is all anyone can ever truly give up, because it is all anyone ever possesses. And what we do not own, we cannot lose. There are hardships that affect even the wise, such as physical pain, illness, the loss of loved ones, or the destruction of one's homeland through war. I acknowledge that even a sage feels these things. I do not demand that a person be as unfeeling as stone or iron. There is no virtue in enduring what one does not truly feel. They say this is where the fool and the wise man differ. The fool accepts such visions or experiences at face value and is deeply shaken by them. He affirms them as terrifying and worthy of fear. But the wise man though he may initially flinch or change expression slightly, quickly regains his composure and holds fast to the principle he has always believed, that such appearances are not to be feared. The terror they inspire is based on illusion and false alarms. Life is like a military campaign. One person is assigned to guard duty, another to scouting, another to fight at the front lines. Likewise, every human life is a kind of battle, long, varied, and demanding. You must stay alert, just like a soldier, and fulfill the duties you've been given. You have not been placed in a lowly or brief position. You've been assigned a crucial post for the duration of your life. Do not wish for events to unfold the way you want them to, but instead want them to unfold just as they do. In this acceptance, your life will find harmony. The primary task in life is simply this: to learn how to clearly distinguish and separate the things under your control from those that are not. This clarity allows you to know where to seek good and avoid evil, not in the external world, which you cannot control, but within yourself, in your own choices and responses. True virtue must be pursued for its own sake, untouched by fear, hope, or any outside influence. That pursuit is the essence of happiness. What then is the art of being good? How is it achieved? It lies in understanding universal principles and in shaping one's own constitution accordingly. Of all the things within our control, the most precious and noble is this: the right use of our impressions. We should concern ourselves only with what lies within our power, and entrust all that lies beyond our grasp to the natural course of the universe. It is not things that disturb us, but the beliefs and judgments we form about them. The uninstructed person blames others for their own suffering. The one who has begun to be instructed blames only themselves. And the one who is truly wise no longer blames anyone, not others, not even themselves. Man should not go about asking what the meaning of life is. Instead, he must realize that life is asking him for a response. Every person is questioned by life, and the only valid reply is found in the way we live. We answer life through responsibility, by taking full ownership of our actions, thoughts, and responses. Let your eyes see only what they see, not what others would have you see. Let your ears listen freely to what they naturally hear, not to what others demand you hear. Let your mouth express your thoughts without being shackled by the fear of approval or disapproval. Allow your mind to think independently, free from the pressure of others' expectations. If your senses and your mind are denied the ability to function naturally, then they are being robbed of their essential rights. If you are unable to think, feel, or act freely, then your body and soul are being wounded. Cast off these burdens, and you will begin to truly live. Be careful what you nourish your dreams with. If you feed them with fear and worry, you will grow weeds that choke the life out of them. But if you nurture them with hope, optimism, and solutions, you will cultivate success. Stay ever aware of how problems can be transformed into opportunities. Stay vigilant in finding ways to support and feed your dreams. The nature of life itself is transformation. From the first shifts in the universe, the simplest elements joined to form clouds, which became solid bodies, which eventually produced the building blocks of life. These elements created living forms, and the cycle of birth and death began. Over countless ages, they configured into the precise form needed to bring you and me into being. Our lives are the crest of a wave in the ongoing cycle of formation, experience, and dissolution. And when we dissolve, the atoms of our being reorganize to make room for new life to come into existence and enjoy this experience. And so it continues, forever. The nature of the cosmos is change, from the vastness of galaxies to the tiniest particles. Most lives are improved not by grand achievements or the acquisition of luxury, but through the small daily changes in habit, waking a bit earlier, stepping outside more often, going for a walk, dusting off that neglected book, or simply being more present with the people and things we love. Though major accomplishments can also bring meaning, happiness is usually born of steady, mindful habits built over time, not fleeting moments of excitement. There's a delicate balance in how we engage with the future and the past. The future is useful for planning and preparing, but if we gaze too far ahead, we risk missing the very life we've been preparing for. The past is a powerful tool for learning, but if we dwell on it too long, we risk missing the life we were meant to live after the lesson. The future helps us plan, the past helps us learn, but life only ever happens now, in the present. When death comes, as it must for us all, the time and place will not be in my hands. If it's tomorrow, I'll meet it tomorrow. If it's in a year or 20, I'll face it then. It is in the very nature of all living things to die, regardless of our resistance. But for now, I live. And while I do, I will use the power I have, my choices, to determine how I spend the time I've been given. I do not speak to console you or to downplay your grief. If fate could be overturned by tears, then let us weep endlessly. Let each day be spent mourning and each night in restless sadness. Let your chest be beaten and your face be struck until the pain is fully expressed, if doing so would change the reality. But if the dead cannot be returned to life, no matter the extent of our grief, and if fate is fixed, beyond the reach of sorrow, then it is time to stop our mourning. Let us take hold of the wheel and guide our course. Let us not allow misfortune to steer us off course. A poor sailor is the one who lets the storm tear the rudder from his hands and surrenders the ship to the sea. But the sailor who grips the wheel and holds on, even as the waves rise and crash over him, deserves praise, even in shipwreck. Never allow anxiety about the future to disturb you. When it arrives, you will meet it with the same strength of reason and understanding that supports you today. True strength must always be tempered with gentleness. Resist too harshly, and you will snap. The wise person knows when to stand firm and when to yield. Often, success and failure hinge on our ability to bend without breaking. Those who cannot endure are the ones who suffer most. Sometimes the only choice we have is to bear our burdens patiently and wait for a better day. Solving a problem requires addressing its root, not merely its symptoms. True wisdom lies in recognizing what we do not know, not in pretending to have all the answers. To know that we do not know is clarity. To falsely believe we understand is affliction. To understand others is intelligence. To understand oneself is truth. To control others is strength. To master oneself is true power. And a branch that becomes too stiff and snaps, those who resist life without learning how to yield will ultimately break. Survival belongs not to those who serve the interests of the empire, but to those who are entrusted with the truth rooted deep within their core. The real answer lies within you. You already know who you are and what you want. Life unfolds as a series of natural and spontaneous transitions. Trying to fight against that only brings sorrow. Allow reality to be as it is. Let events unfold naturally, following the direction that resonates with your inner being. When kindness is expressed through words, it builds trust. When kindness is embedded in our thoughts, it brings depth. And when kindness is shared through generosity, it creates love. A person consumed by constant mental chatter is trapped in layers of concepts. These mental constructs act as barriers, keeping them from truly experiencing the world. That's why someone constantly lost in thought may never truly understand anything on a deeper level. No amount of anxiety will ever alter the course of what is destined to happen. Be at peace with who you are now. Don't yearn for radical change, nor fear the moment of your last breath. Don't anxiously await its arrival. Instead, reflect on this truth. In a short while, you will no longer be anyone, anywhere, or anything. All that you see around you will fade away, and those who exist now will also vanish. Everything is created by nature to transform, to shift, and to pass on, so that new things may emerge in an endless flowing cycle. Ultimately, whether there is a divine force guiding it all or everything is governed by chance. Everything remains as it should be. Do not let the randomness of life control you. Instead, learn to rise above it. So, I strive for the best while staying prepared for anything. Whatever happens, I accept it as sacred, natural, not something foreign or hard to handle, but something familiar and manageable. There is only one true path to happiness. Stop worrying about what lies beyond your control. A fulfilling life is only possible when we learn to tame our desires and see how fleeting and shallow they truly are. No person is truly free unless he governs himself. True wealth isn't found in having many possessions, but in needing very little. If someone doesn't appreciate what they already have, even owning the whole world won't make them happy. When your thoughts, your words, and your actions are aligned in harmony, life becomes simpler, and anxiety and fear begin to disappear. It is time to stop being idle. If you aspire to become someone extraordinary, then you must commit to growth. If your aim is wisdom, then clearly define the type of person you want to become. If you're truly in search of truth, you won't chase victory by any means necessary. And once you've discovered truth, you won't fear being proven wrong. Let silence be your default setting, and when you do speak, let it only be what is truly needed. Above all, begin by knowing who you are. Then, guide yourself toward the person you desire to become. Take the necessary steps to align your life accordingly. Circumstances don't define a person. They merely expose who we really are. Freedom is the only worthy pursuit in life. It is attained by releasing concern for things that lie outside our control. While we may not have the power to choose our external conditions, we always hold the power to decide how we will respond to them. Don't talk endlessly about your beliefs. Live them. If this video resonated with you, like the video, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. That way, YouTube knows that content like this brings value to people like you, and we'll be able to keep creating more videos just like it.